Right, good morning, everyone. It is 9:30 on our third day of a four-day intense session of the California WaterFix hearing, the water right change petition for that project. I am Tam Dodek, hearing officer. I expect we'll be joined shortly by the co-hearing officer and board chair Felicia Marcus, who will be to my right, and then to her right will be board member Didi Diadamo. To my left, filling in for Dana Heinrich this morning, is Samantha Olson, and to Samantha's left are Connie Mittenhofer and Kyle Oshindusko. The usual three announcements: alarm, stairs, park. Wavettes, if you can't use the stairs, we'll push you into a protective area somewhere. Second announcement, microphone, speak into it. Start with your name and affiliation for the court reporter as well as for the webcast and the recording. Third, and most importantly, the one that I will always take special care and not rush through, is to ask that everyone check to make sure that your noise-making devices are on silent, vibrate, do not disturb, for the courtesy of everyone participating in this hearing, as well as the hearing officer. All right, before we turn to Mr. Alajum, let's do just a couple of housekeeping check-in. First of all, Mr. Oshindusko, you had a clarification or at least an update.
We do. So hearing staff have been working with DWR to straighten out the misidentified exhibit numbers that happened on Tuesday. Excuse me. And I just wanted to let everybody know, and as well as people on the webcast, that DWR 902 and through DWR 910, as displayed on the screen here, are now appropriately identified and posted for the public's view.
All right. Mr. Becerra has a question about that.
Just one clarification for the record. Ryan Becerra, Cities of Folsom et al. Exhibits BKS 103 and 104. As I understand it, they were based on the modeling that is now DWR 907, just to clarify for the record.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Secondly, thank you. Ms. Meserve has handed us hard copies, and I believe she has also provided the same to petitioners. The motion that was made, I think, initially by Mr. Keeling and then joined in by Mr. Jackson, Ms. Meserve, Mr. Herrick, and perhaps others. And she will be serving that to the rest of the party shortly. And petitioners, or at least DWR, or anyone else who would like to respond to that may have until 9:30 a.m. when we resume tomorrow to do so in writing. Let's do a quick time check by estimate of those who have requested cross-examination of this panel. I have anywhere from 3 to 4 hours left. And you had indicated, Ms. McGinnis, Mr. Berliner, and Ms. Offenberg, that you expect to do some redirect. How long do you estimate for your redirect?
I would say 20 minutes.
And I will...
It might be faster.
Okay, I expect there will be then some recross, though obviously the timing is unknown at this time. I would like to finish around 4:30 again today. So cross-examination, I expect, will take until 1, 2-ish is my guess. And then depending on how long recross take, we may or may not get to your 2 witnesses today, Mr. Becerra or whomever from Group 7.
Yeah, Madam Chair, David Alajum on behalf of the Sacramento Valley water users. We have Mr. Easton and Mr. Beret here today.
Mr. Walter William Beret.
Precisely, Madam Chair. If it is the pleasure of the chair for them to be here this afternoon, that will be very acceptable. They are prepared to testify. If the chair wants to make a decision that we should excuse them until tomorrow, that's also fine.
Not knowing at this point how long redirect and recross might take, I will ask them to. So be prepared to be called upon this afternoon. How long do you, we've given each witness 15 minutes to present their summary of their rebuttal testimony. Do you anticipate, Ms. Nickel, that your witnesses might need more given the extensive nature of their testimony?
Good morning, Meredith Nickel for Group 7. I don't anticipate taking more than 15 minutes for the direct examination.
Of both or each?
Of both.
All right. All right, that sounds good. With that then, I have Mr. Alajim, who is going to be conducting his cross, thanks to Mr. Keeling, who agreed to allow the swap in position. Then we'll follow by Mr. Keeling. Mr. Emmerich had indicated, I believe last week, that he no longer has cross, and I don't see him. So I will take that to be the case. Then after Mr. Keeling will be Mr. Jackson, Ms. Desjardins, Ms. Seward, and Ms. Womack. And that will be, those I have for cross-examination of this panel.
Madam Chair, a couple of clarifications on that order.
Please.
Mr. Jackson, I understand.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're correct. He went already. Oh, I almost gave you, talk about double standards. I almost gave you a second shot, Mr. Jackson. All right.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Emmerich and I have coordinated our cross-examination, and so the questions that he would have asked are incorporated in my cross-examination, so we're trying to be very efficient here.
Okay, so that takes my estimate of the time remaining for cross-examination down to about 3 hour-ish. Okay? With that, Mr. Alajim.
Good morning, Chair Dodek.
I'm sorry, Mr. Alajim, before you begin, I actually have one other thing. Mr. Herrick, I have a note from Mr. Oceandusko that you had a question when you conducted your cross-examination about the head of Old River barrier being in or out for the analysis, and we were unclear. There was some indication that they will get back to you with a response. I just wanted to flag it. Is it still an outstanding matter? Or have you totally forgotten about it and now I'm confusing you?
I've totally forgotten about it and you now have confused me. But I can certainly talk to DWR separately, and if there's an issue that I think should be re-raised or brought up, I'll let everybody know.
All right, thank you. Apologize, Mr. Alajim. Now you may begin with an outline of the topics you intend to cover would be great.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Chair Marcus. I'm going to cover three major topics this morning in the cross-examination, and I'm, by the way, appearing for the City of Brentwood. The first is a set of questions relating to Boundary 1 and Fall X2. The second is a line of questionings that will take most of the time this morning relating to modeling anomalies. And the third is a line of questioning that relates to the question of whether these modeling results are quote-unquote real. And I will be focusing my questions this morning, I think, exclusively on Dr. Nadetirani, and anticipate about 45 minutes. I am going to try to build on previous cross-examiners and not duplicate.
Thank you, Mr. Alajim.
Good morning, Dr. Nadetirani. Good to see you then.
It's good to see you again, too.
Madam Chair, I have for cross-examination a new exhibit, Brentwood 118 for the record. And if I may, this is simply Dr. Nadetirani's testimony with highlights. Dr. Nadetirani. Just a few very quick foundational questions. You prepared this testimony?
Yes, I did.
And in preparing the testimony, did you discuss it with anyone else?
I did get assistance from my staff in preparing the figures. And I did rely on some of the calcium modelers in response to, for example, the appropriateness of the model.
Very good. Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. Lehi?
Don't recall.
Did you discuss it with Mr. Milligan?
No.
Okay. And by training and experience, Dr. Nadatrani, you're a modeler, is that correct?
I am a modeler, yes.
Thank you. Dr. Nadatrani, last week you were questioned by my colleague, Ms. Nickel. Do you recall that cross-examination?
Some of it.
Let me refresh your memory on some of this.
Sure.
Would it be fair to say, Dr. Nadatrani, that you agreed under cross-examination that fall X2 is part of the boundary 1 conditions?
That's correct.
And would it also be fair to say that you attributed the differences between the boundary 1 scenario modeling results and the no action alternative to the fact that boundary 1 does not include fall X2?
I think the correct way of saying I believe I said is mostly due to that.
Mostly, okay. Can you inform us this morning what is not caused as a result of fall X2?
I didn't have anything specific in mind. I was trying to illustrate through the use of 2 4-year time periods comparing results for boundary 1 scenario against the no action alternative, and clearly illustrating that when the two diverged, the timing of the divergence between the model results, the larger differences between the chloride concentration at those periods coincided with the time that there was a fall X2 action implemented under the no action and not on boundary 1.
Did you do an analysis, Dr. Nadatrani, of what might be the effects of operating the WaterFix project if it were to be approved in exactly the same way as it would be operated under boundary 1, but without fall X2? Excuse me, with fall X2.
I don't recall.
Okay. You're aware, Dr. Nadatrani, that the fall X2 action requires the release of a substantial amount of water. Isn't that true?
Yes, I believe that's also in my testimony.
Did you do any analysis, Dr. Nadatrani, to indicate where that water would go in the system in the absence of fall X2 if the California WaterFix project were otherwise being operated to boundary 1?
I don't think the question is very clear. Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Let's assume that the project were to be operated to boundary 1. And let's assume that there is no fall X2, which is boundary 1. Have you done any analysis as to where that water would go?
I think the modeling reflects that. I don't think that's really a clear question. The water is coming mostly from Sacramento River. As far as what reservoirs they were released from, I don't have an answer to that question, okay, if that's what the question is.
And now let me just flip the question around. Suppose that the project were to be operated to boundary 1, but we were to include fall X2. Did you do an analysis of what would be the results if that were to be the scenario?
I don't recall I've done that analysis.
Okay. Dr. Nadatrani, On Tuesday, you indicated that the project would be operated to Fall X2 if it were required by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Is that correct?
I don't think I quite phrased it that way. I was trying to mention that if in the future the projects were to operate Fall X2, then the boundary one that as modeled would not be a correct representation of what would happen.
And would it be fair to infer from that, Dr. Nadatrani, that if Fall X2 were not a requirement, then the projects would operate Boundary 1 without Fall X2?
If Boundary 1 happens to be the scenario that the project would be operated, yes.
Thank you. Let me turn to modeling anomalies. Mr. Hunt, could you put up Brentwood 118, page 31? Dr. Nadatrani, in the interest of time, I'd like to direct your attention to lines 3 through 7. And once you've read those and refreshed your memory, please let me know.
Yes.
And Mr. Hunt, could you now turn to page 29 in Brentwood 118, lines 9 through 12? And again, Dr. Nadatrani, if you could read the highlighted areas and let me know when you're done.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, Dr. Nadatrani, that your disagreement with Dr. Paulson's analysis has to do with her use of daily data rather than monthly data?
That's only part of it. I think she relied on the daily time series to arrive as to an opinion on which alternative would or would not increase impacts to Antioch.
But you don't have any disagreements with her use of monthly data?
I think it is my testimony also that it would not be appropriate to compare model results for a single month, even if it's monthly average.
So let me make sure I understand that, Dr. Nadatrani. If there is an exceedance in a given month in one model run of DSM-2, and the comparative no action alternative run shows that that same month would comply with water quality standards, are you saying that we should disregard that monthly exceedance in the project run?
I think the best way to use DSM-2 model when, let's say specifically you're trying to evaluate the one scenario to the other, in this case, one of the California WaterFix to a no action, in terms of the D1641 as an example, you should not rely on the model results. I think it would be inappropriate to use the model results, compare exceedance or lack of exceedance to a specific objective on a given day or given month. Instead, I think the proper thing to do is do your calculations for each of the, model output is available to evaluate whether or not the water qualities are being exceeded every day and every month. But rather than judging compliance based on a single day or a single month, you would look at it as a probability of an exceedance throughout the period. that would be the most appropriate way of evaluating whether one project or one scenario results in fewer or more exceedances with respect to these 1641 water quality objectives.
There's a lot there, Dr. Nadatrana. Let me try to begin to unpack it. Mr. Hunt, could you please put up Table 1 from D1641, and that is SWRCB 21, page 181 of the decision. It's, I believe, page 193 of the PDF.
Mr. Lodgen, would you please repeat your citation?
It is page 181 of the decision. I believe it's 181, excuse me. There, back up. There we go. Mr. Hunt, could you perhaps increase the size of this? So I want to make sure that we can all see it. Thank you. Dr. Nadatrana, you're familiar with this table?
I am familiar, but I just wanted to read it.
Please do.
Go ahead.
Okay. The lower portion of the table, Dr. Nadatrani, establishes a year-round standard for chloride of 250 parts per million. Isn't that right?
That particular objective is based on maximum mean daily. That's correct.
That is correct. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Mr. Hunt, if we could go to Brentwood 102, figure 8, which is found on page 35. Excuse me, Mr. Hunt, Mr. Brentwood 102. The tech 102, the errata are different.
And can you repeat the page number?
Page 35. Dr. Nadatrani, I'd like to invite you to look at figure 8 here and let me know when you've reviewed the figure.
Yes, go ahead.
Very good. Now, these are monthly averages of water quality at Contra Costa Pumping Plant number 1. Isn't that right?
I'm assuming this is an exhibit that Dr. Paulson generated. Is that correct?
And you don't have any reason to...
I'm just asking a question.
Yes, this is Dr. Paulson's testimony.
Yes. And yes, that's correct.
And if you look here at December and January for boundary 1, isn't it the case that the average monthly chloride concentrations are greater than 250 parts per million?
Yes, and I believe Dr. Paulson explains in her testimony that she uses a different EC to chloride conversion in her analysis of WaterFix.
And Dr. Nadatrani, do you disagree with that conversion?
I'm just clearly making a point that the modeling that was done for California WaterFix uses a different conversion, and therefore, when you do that, you may not get the same numbers that you see on this figure.
And let me ask my question again. Do you disagree with the conversion factor that Dr. Paulson used?
I don't have an opinion on it.
Thank you. Now, the concentrations of chloride in December and January for boundary 1 are substantially greater than no action. Isn't that correct?
According to this figure, and this figure was generated for 1978, 79, and 1980 as I read it, according to this result, that's what it shows. And once again, that's the period where it would be affected by Folex 2.
Dr. Trani, can I summarize that answer as yes?
According, can you repeat the question, making sure I'm saying yes to what?
Dr. Nadatrani, we're looking at this particular exhibit. I'm simply asking you whether it is the case for December and January, as shown on figure 8, that the boundary 1 conditions are substantially greater than the no action alternative. It's a simple question that calls for a yes or no.
According to this figure, yes.
Thank you. And Dr. Nadatrani, if the monthly average is greater than 250 parts per million, is that, in your view, an appropriate result, an appropriate use of DSM-2 modeling?
Again, she's looking at these 3 particular years, and yet if that's what you're confining your results, because well, I think the results speak for themselves. That's what, when used in her analysis with her different conversion equation, that's what you get.
Dr. Nadatrani, you have said that it's inappropriate to use daily figures, daily results from DSM-2. You said you should use monthlies. This is a monthly calculation. I'm asking whether it's an appropriate use of DSM-2 modeling output.
In reference to compliance to specific objectives, I believe the best way to look at it would be to look at the entire record.
Okay.
Record.
Mr. Hunt, could we move back then to Table 1 from D1641? That's page 181.
And while he's doing that, Mr. Lajam, could I get a clarification from you?
Please.
Because I'm trying to understand and follow the line of questioning. When you use the term appropriate in that question to Dr. Nadatrani, what do you mean?
Chair Dodak, Dr. Nadatrani has said that Dr. Paulson's use of daily DSM-2 output to conclude that there would be exceedances of the Water Quality Control Plan standards is inappropriate. I'm trying to understand, when Dr. Paulson has done monthly analyses, whether that is an appropriate use. And I will get to the question about dailies in a few moments.
All right, thank you. That helps me understand where you were going.
And to the extent the chair has any further questions, please interrupt. Dr. Nadatrani, I want to turn your attention to the upper portion of Table 1 now. And again, I'd like to ask you to read this and make sure that your memory is refreshed, and then let me know.
Yes, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So for the 150 parts per million chloride standard, Table 1 requires that objective to be met for different numbers of days for different water year types. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in calculating the number of days that it must be met in each of those water year types, the State Water Board has required that those daily values be provided in intervals of not less than 2 weeks duration. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
So in order to determine whether or not the water quality standard, here the 150 parts per million standard, complies, strike that. In order to determine whether water quality at Contra Costa Pumping Plant number 1 complies with this 150 part per million standard, you need to look at daily chloride values in intervals of not less than 2 weeks duration. Isn't that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, in your analysis, Dr. Nadatrani, did you calculate how many, when you calculated whether or not the California WaterFix project would meet this 150 parts per million standard, did you calculate how many days each year would be satisfied and incorporate the fact that all of those days needed to be in intervals of at least 2 weeks duration?
I did rely on my staff, so I mean, the criteria, I've given that to the staff, and I think, so I can't say, because I didn't personally do the analysis, I can't say for sure, but the instructions to my staff are clear, that that's what the water quality standards are.
Okay. But Dr. Nadatrani, if the State Water Board were to look merely at monthly averages, they wouldn't be able to evaluate whether or not the 150 part per million chloride standard was met. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Dr. Nadatrani, last week again, excuse me, it was last week, my colleague, Ms. Nickel, asked some questions for you about the use of DSM-2 in evaluating compliance with water quality objectives. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Will you please refresh my memory?
Okay. Let me refresh your memory. If I may, Madam Chair?
Please, because my memory could use a refreshing as well.
If I may ask the court reporter, Madam Chair, if she has the transcript from last Friday, we could pull it up? Okay. Madam Chair, if I may read the rough transcript.
Please do.
Co-hearing Officer Doduk. Ms. Nickel, I would like a follow-up to ask Dr. Nadatrani. If one were to want to examine those short-term impacts, is there presently a tool available to do so? A modeling tool? Witness Nadatrani, not to my knowledge. Dr. Nadatrani, do you recall that interchange?
I believe in the context that I was responding was not in reference to the D1641, I mean examples such as the D1641 water quality standards. What I was trying to get at is it would be inappropriate to compare model results in a given day or in a given month in response to a short term. Yeah, so there is a difference.
Madam Chair, if I could pursue further on this. This is now page 100 and...
Actually, before you do, so Dr. Nadatrani, if I were to ask you the same question, but put it in the context of determining compliance with that 150 milligrams per liter standard, what would your answer be?
In order to arrive at an opinion based on model results on compliance to this 150, the criteria is based on a calendar year. There are model output available every 15 minutes. So we could compute daily averages based on DSM-2 model output, do the conversion, EC to chloride, and get a single number for chloride for every day of that calendar year. So yes, the model simulates and calculates chloride and short duration. But in this particular case, you're going to be looking at the whole calendar year, count the number of days that you're below the 150 milligram threshold chloride daily average concentration of chloride, and compare to the criteria that's given on this D1641 table. And if you look at my DWR 513, you will see that I've shown that, and the only year that it shows that there was an exceedance was 1977.
So that's fine. So your answer is the model does have the could be used that way, even though it's not what you would advise.
Well, no. I mean, so the reference that we were talking about before was the 250 milligram. That's a criteria for a given day. This is a calendar year objective. Mm-hmm. I think in the context that I was, it would be better to discuss the daily standard, the 250 milligram per liter per se. So the model output can calculate the daily average chloride concentration, and you can compare the model results. What I'm saying is it would be inappropriate to compare one scenario against another on a given day and say on February 6, 1981, one scenario says it's meeting the objective, the other is not. In order to evaluate the performance of each of those scenarios, you would need to look at how they meet this criteria based on the entire period. That's the most effective and the most appropriate way, I believe, is to use the model results in that context. So to be clear, the model is capable of simulating those short-term trends. But because of all the limitations that we discussed, it is my testimony that you shouldn't rely on comparing one scenario to the other on a short term in a given day or a given month.
Thank you. That was out of my time, not yours, Mr. Elijah.
Madam Chair, I think we're having a very productive discussion. I think it may take more than 45 minutes. Dr. Nadarani, I want to clarify something you just said. You said it's inappropriate to do this for a short period of time, and you specifically said daily. I wasn't clear yet whether you said on a monthly basis or whether really the analysis should be done on an annual or a more than annual basis, longer than annual. Could you clarify, please?
Sure. So let's take the 250 milligram per liter objective at Contra Costa Canal. For that particular objective is based on daily average chloride concentration. For that particular objective, it is my opinion, in order to evaluate the performance of a given objective, you need to look at the entire 16 years based on a probability of exceedance. In specific to this one, because this particular objective is very different. The objective varies by water year. So it would be very hard to look at how the model performs with respect to the entire 16 years. So what we've done is, and care must be taken, but in this particular objective, the only way we can actually evaluate the compliance to this particular objective is to evaluate it based on a given year. And that's exactly what we've done. We've looked at the model simulation each day, looked at the entire year, whether or not it's meeting that objective, and reported the results in DWR 513. That's how it is doing it. That's the only one that's based on calendar year. Everything else is we're looking at the entire 16-year period. Edmonton, Jersey Point, the 250 milligram per liter criteria is all we're looking at the entire 16-year period.
So I take that, Dr. Nadatrani, to say that it really should be the entire 16-year period. Is that fair? I'm trying to make sure I understand this correctly.
The question is not complete. I'm not sure what it's referring to. So could you expand on what you just said? Are we talking in reference to this particular objective, or are we talking because the answer would be different?
Why don't you give me both answers?
Okay, as I said, with the only water quality objective that we had to look at a given 1 year at a time was the evaluation of meeting the objective for this particular one, meeting the 150 milligram per liter chloride objective, because the compliance varies depending on the water year type. Everything else is we were able to present the results as in the entire 16 years of compliance as shown as a probability of exceedance. And we've talked about modeling anomalies, and I'm sure we're going to get to that soon.
But when you performed that analysis with respect to the 150
Yes.
Standard there, did you not look at it as daily values?
It's a collection of daily values.
But you looked at it as daily values?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me return to a sort of a bigger picture question, Dr. Nadatrani. You've said repeatedly that it's appropriate to compare one set of modeling results with another set of modeling results to determine whether or not the proposed project would have an impact. Isn't that right?
If done with care.
Pardon me?
If done with care.
I'd like to, Mr. Hunt, if you could put up DWR 79. Actually, Brentwood 108, page 5. So you have that up already.
And as stated yesterday, when the seats are not being occupied by witnesses or their attorneys, you are welcome to come up and use the monitors.
Excuse me, Mr. Hunt, if I may have misspoke. Brentwood 102. Excuse me, wait, let me do, we're Brentwood 118, excuse me, back up. Brentwood 118, page 5. Thank you, there we go. Dr. Nadatrani, I direct your attention to the lines 17 and 18.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. So your testimony, sir, is that notwithstanding the fact that you should do comparisons of modeling runs with care, you now are relying on line 17 and 18 on operations to expunge an exceedance of water quality standards. Isn't that right?
I don't think that's what I'm saying. Vague and ambiguous in the context of the use of the word expunge.
To excuse.
Yes. Let's not use the word expunge, Mr. Elijah.
Consider it stricken, Madam Chair.
So could you repeat the question,
please?
Yes. You just said, Dr. Nadatrani, that it's appropriate to do comparisons with care.
That's
and
correct.
then you've testified in line 17 and 18 that notwithstanding the fact that there is an exceedance, that we should disregard that exceedance because, quote, DWR can operate the SWP to meet the required water quality requirements.
Are you referring to the lines that are highlighted here?
I'm referring to lines 17 and 18, and I'm sorry that those were not highlighted.
Objection. I don't find the word exceedance on this paragraph.
I'm sorry, Mr. Berliner, your objection is based on?
Mr. Elajam asked a question about exceedances, referring to, I guess, specifically the last sentence in the paragraph, but I can't find the word exceedance at all in the paragraph.
So strike exceedance. Your point, I believe, Mr. Elajam, is regardless of what the modeling results show, Dr. Nadatrani seems to be saying that DWR can operate to meet water quality requirements.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And again, this, I believe, this is in reference to boundary 1.
It is, Dr. Nadatrani, and it is your answer yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Elajam, I almost gave you the promotion that Dr. Herrick got yesterday.
It would have been undeserved. Dr. Nadatrani, at the outset of his testimony this morning, indicated that he had not spoken to the operators, that he was a modeler, and his testimony is very consistent with modeling. So based on the fact that this relies upon a speculation about operations, I would request that the board strike lines 17 and 18, the sentence beginning with even with these results.
Thank you. We'll consider that. But
Thank
Dr.
you.
Nadatrani,
Yes.
what is the basis of your statement?
Before Dr. Nadatrani responds, I just wanted to respond to the motion that in evidence codes, code sections 801 to 805, it says what an expert is allowed to rely on. So it's, and I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I'm asking him what he relied on.
Madam Chair, but he's already testified that he didn't speak to any of the operators.
Maybe he read it in some operating guidance. I don't know. Dr. Nadatrani?
Well, and if I might, before he answers, I apologize.
Mr. Berliner?
The question that Mr. Elajam asked at the beginning was whether he conferred with Mr. Lehi regarding his testimony. He didn't ask him if he does about 20 plus years of experience with the State Water Project.
And you have just led your witness to an answer, but okay. Dr. Nadatrani?
I did rely on a number of facts. First of all, I have reviewed model results that were done in support of BDCP. There were some alternatives with larger capacity intakes that were included, that did not include WaterFix, and based on the model results, it showed that it's not showing more severe exceedances relative to no action alternative. Furthermore, I also relied on the operators by the fact that that shows that the past track record in terms of meeting the water quality objectives, and the fact that, so two things. One is that the model results in comparison to the no action doesn't show substantially more exceedances, and the fact that I know the model limitations, and I know the issue with the modeling artifacts. So that in combination with the fact that the track record shows that a lot of those modeling exceedances will not occur in real life, that's the basis of me and understanding basically 20-some years of how water quality works in the Delta and with different under different water hydrologic variations, all of that.
Mr. Elajam,
As the chair has pointed out, Mr. Berliner very effectively led the witness to a response. I don't think it's productive for us to continue this line of discussion.
So you have withdrawn your motion?
I have not withdrawn my motion.
And I am hereby denying your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hunt, could we go to Brentwood 102, figures 4 and 5, which are on page 30 and 31? Let's use figure 4 here. Dr. Nadatrani, I want to ask you to look at this figure and let me know when you've reviewed it.
Mr. Lodgem, for the record, could you just explain what this figure is? You gave the site, but not what the figure is.
Oh, this is daily average chloride concentrations at pumping plant 1.
For 2 years, 1978, 1979.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. Dr. Nadatrani, you look here at both the no action and boundary 1 from October 1977 through roughly February 1978. You see that the daily average chloride concentration is well above the 250 parts per million concentration. Isn't that right?
According to this figure, yes. Mm-hmm. Could you repeat the time period? Just want to make sure I understood the period.
Excuse me?
Can you repeat what time periods you were referring to, please?
Oh, yes. October 1977 through roughly February 1978.
Well, what I see is sometime around December of 77, there seems to be a crossover.
My question was simply that both of them are above the 250 part per million line
Both
for that period of time.
That's correct, yes.
And then from roughly either December 1978 or January 1979 through approximately March or April 1979, you will see that the boundary 1 conditions are in excess of the 250 part per million chloride.
According to this plot, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mr. Hunt, if you could go to DWR 5, errata, page 61.
Mr. Lodgem, while that's happening, how much additional time, did you set the clock at 60 or 45 to begin with?
We started at 45.
Okay. How much time do you?
Madam Chair, this is taking substantially longer than I thought it would, but I think it's productive.
I think so.
If I might ask for a half hour?
All right, let's give him 30 minutes. And would the court reporter be okay with going for 30 minutes and then taking a break? All right.
Mr. Hunt, I think we're different there. Chloride, there we go. Thank you. And Dr. Nadatrani, you're familiar with this chart, page 61 of DWR5 errata?
Yes.
And if we look at all of the bar charts here, they don't show an exceedance of the 250 part per million standard. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
So isn't it the case, Dr. Nadatrani, that the exceedances that were shown on figure 4 of Brentwood 102 have been averaged out in this figure here on page 61?
Okay, I do not have this exhibit, but there is another figure that does reflect those daily exceedances, and if you scroll down, we can get to it. I don't have the page number, but could you go further down, 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 down? Okay, slow down, please. One more. Oh, yes. Let me look at this. So can you tell me what slide, is this slide 71? Yes, okay.
This is slide 71.
Okay, so this particular slide would reflect what, you know, it is the proper plot, in my opinion, to evaluate how each of the scenarios compare in terms of meeting the 250 milligram per liter daily average chloride concentration at Contra Costa Canal. What goes into each of every line here is daily concentration of chloride for 365 days times 16. So that's in excess of 5,000 data points goes into each and every one of these plots. And as you can see, if the lines stayed below 0, that means they were incompliant in the entire 16 years. But all lines except boundary 2 go above that 250 milligram per liter threshold, including the no action alternative as represented by the black line in this figure. So I was back last year, I was explaining, yes, they're not meeting this objective 100% of the time, mostly because of the modeling exceedances. That's number one. The second point I was trying to make is the proper way to interpret the results of this particular objective is looking at, for example, H3 and H4 reflected by the blue line and the one that's, they're right on top of each other. They're actually meeting this objective at, you know, higher probability as compared to the no action. And even when you look at the no action compared to boundary 1, you see actually they're very similar, meaning according to model results, about 93% of the time, both boundary 1 and no action meet that objective. Yet modeling shows that they exceed the objective 7% of the time, which it's my opinion that most of it is related to the modeling artifacts that we went over.
So are you saying that the chart that Mr. Alajam first had up there reflected what?
Well, the purpose of that plot was not to indicate whether or not there is compliance.
Wait, let me correct the record, Dr. Nadatrani. Are you saying that figure 4 from Brentwood 102 was not intended to reflect compliance with the 1641 objectives, or were you saying that your probability of exceedance plot on page 71 of DWR5 errata is not intended to reflect compliance? I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
I'm referring to this particular plot we are looking at right here.
Dr. Nadatrani, excuse me, for the record,
yes,
which plot are you referring to?
The slide 61 on DWR5, I believe, or I don't know if it's the errata. I forget which one we're looking at correct right now.
So, Madam Chair, excuse me. So page 61 of DWR5 errata is not intended to allow us to draw any conclusions about compliance with the chloride standard at Contra Costa Canal. Did I hear you correctly?
That was not the intention for this particular plot.
Was that a yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So let me now go back to what I believe was the chair's question. Dr. Paulson, figure 4 for Brentwood 102. You were saying, let me strike that. Page 71, DWR5 errata. Mr. Hunt, if you could put that up. You are saying that this is the proper way to determine compliance with the 250 part per million chloride standard at Contra Costa.
That is my opinion. That's the most proper way of comparing compliance to the 250 milligram per liter compliance.
Okay. Madam Chair, I believe you had a question, but I interrupted you. If you don't, I will continue.
Then I think you answered it by saying that the figure on page 61 was not intended for this purpose. What was the intention of that
It
graph?
was simply to present, because this plot by itself does not show seasonal variations.
Okay. So, Dr. Nadatrani.
But the other plot showed the seasonal variations through the use of the long-term monthly averages.
Which then mask potentially daily exceedances.
Which is exactly why we also presented this result.
All right. Thank you. That clarifies things a little bit more for me. All right. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Lajim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Nadatrani, you indicated that there were approximately 7% of days where boundary 1 on, this is page 71 of DWR5 errata, would not comply with the 250 milligram per liter standard. Isn't that right?
This is based on model results.
And this is a 16-year period.
This is the 16-year period.
When you took the daily data, if I understand correctly, from the 16-year period, you arrayed them in a probability of exceedance plot here to generate this graphic. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Where in that process, Dr. Nadatrani, did you include the 2-week average?
This particular plot does not require a 2-week average. This is the 250 milligram per liter daily.
Okay. This exceedance plot, sir, does not indicate the length of a particular exceedance, does it?
By length, what do you mean?
The duration. So if the daily value exceeded 250 milligrams per liter for 1 day or 1 month or 6 months, this chart does not allow us to distinguish between those cases.
That is correct.
And this chart tells us only, if I understand you correctly, the total number of days over the 16-year period that this standard is met, would be met at Contra Costa Canal.
And again, I want to repeat because this information seemed to be getting lost. I am not necessarily seeing these are real exceedances. I am just illustrating the fact that there would not be additional exceedances under any of these alternatives in reference to no action. So whenever I use the word exceedance, it would be in reference to model results and not necessarily that there would be at those exceedances. So I want to make sure your record is clear on that.
Madam Chair, I'd move to strike as non-responsive.
It was non-responsive, denied, because it's not different than anything he's said before. But Dr. Nadatrani, please be direct and focused in answering Mr. Alajim's question. Yes. And I think he has a question outstanding.
Okay. Would you repeat the question then, please?
Actually, Madam Chair, Dr. Nadatrani has raised this question about whether the modeling results are real, and that's my final discussion So if I might move to that.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Nadatrani, if I might go back again to your examination by my colleague, Ms. Nickel, last week. You said that there was an analysis that you had performed of whether the exceedances were real or not, or whether they were modeling anomalies.
Could you explain what exceedances are you referring to?
Madam Chair, if I might read from the transcript.
And Mr. Lodgem, could we get a reference as to what you're going to read, please?
Mr. Berliner, I will. Let me just grab my copy here. This is page 139 of the rough draft transcript from May 5, 2017, beginning line 20. Ms. Nickel, and did you conduct an analysis as to each of those instances? He was talking there, if I might interpolate, about the anomalies and whether or not they're real, and attribute it directly to a modeling anomaly, of which the monthly time step issue is one example? Witness Nadatrani, that's correct. The discussion continued, Madam Chair, Ms. Nickel asked at page 140, line 23, but the complete analysis you conducted has not been presented in this hearing. Witness Nadatrani, that's correct. Dr. Nadatrani, do you remember that interchange?
And I think there was a lengthier extension of that discussion that you did not just read from that. I think the rest of it was important in reference to the issue we're referring to, yes.
Well, I have some questions for you about the analysis that you performed.
Correct. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Could you please describe the analysis that you performed to determine whether these exceedances were the result of modeling anomalies or something else?
In order to answer that question, I would first ask you to, if you could show DWR 79.
Mr. Hunt, DWR 79, Dr. Nadatrani's testimony?
Yes, page 37. Okay, so lines 19 through 21. Or actually starting from line 17 to
Excuse 21. Me, Dr. Nadatrani. Madam Chair, I think I can short circuit this.
Please.
Dr. Nadatrani, we've all read your testimony.
Yes.
What I understood from your colloquy with Ms. Nickel was you had done an analysis that was not captured in your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then there's no need for you to rehearse your testimony. Let me ask you some questions about the analysis.
Objection, relevance. Dr. Nadatrani and Mr. Lodgem just explained that the analysis that was done is not included in his rebuttal testimony. It's not relied on in his rebuttal testimony.
So refresh my memory, Mr. Lodgem, as to the relevance if it's outside of his rebuttal testimony.
Well, in answering a question about how he comes to the conclusion, he says, I did an analysis that was outside and was not included in his rebuttal testimony.
And refresh my memory again, what conclusion was it that?
The conclusion is that the modeling the modeled exceedances, the times when the project would not meet the D1641 standards, Dr. Nadatrani has said are not quote-unquote real. That's
because he did an analysis to determine that those exceedances were in fact not.
That is correct.
Okay. Object, Ms.
And
McGinnis?
I would want to respond to that. Mr. Lodgem is misstating the testimony from Friday. Dr. Nadatrani explained that his results are not, or his rebuttal testimony is not relying on this analysis. The analysis was done for a specific purpose, so maybe if we need to read from the transcript about what purpose it was done for, or maybe explore with Dr. Nadatrani why it was done. It would be more clear about whether his rebuttal testimony relied on this analysis or not.
All right, that's fair enough. We need to establish whether that analysis was used in any way by Dr. Nadatrani to make these statements in his rebuttal testimony. And doctor, can you clarify, or do we actually need to take a break so that I might borrow a copy of the transcript?
I can say that I did not rely on my statement as that the water quality, D1641 water quality standard exceedances are not real. That particular fact, I did not rely on it in my rebuttal testimony. However, there were some specific questions that were asked by Ms. Nicol regarding why I believe they are not real, and truly they were not referenced in my rebuttal testimony. I did talk about those I did talk about the issues with that, and here's an example of the issues that I was relating to as to why I believe they're not real, but I didn't necessarily use this information, for example, in reference to North Delta Water Agency, whether or not there are water quality impacts, for example.
Madam Chair, let me see if I can cut through this.
Please.
Dr. Nadatrani, did you, strike that, in reaching your conclusion that the modeled exceedances of water quality standards are not real, is there any analysis that you did that is not described in your testimony?
It's not in my rebuttal testimony, no.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think that we can now dispense with a line of questioning.
Thank you.
So the only bases for your conclusion, Dr. Nadatrani, that the modeling results are not real are set forth fully in your rebuttal testimony.
No, I think I did discuss the modeling anomalies back last year in our...
Okay, either in your case-in-chief testimony or in your rebuttal testimony.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Is it your testimony, sir, that all of the analysis that you used to come to the conclusion that the modeling results that exceed water quality standards are not real is contained either in your direct testimony from last fall or your rebuttal testimony that has been submitted as DWR 79?
I did not share the entire analysis and I think I made that clear, that I did not share the actual analysis to come to the conclusion that those exceedances are mostly not real, either in my direct testimony or...
That was not Mr. Olajumo's question.
And then
Madam Chair, I believe that Dr. Nadatrani has just said that he did not share his full analysis in the two pieces of testimony that were submitted to the board.
But my understanding was that, however, his conclusion with respect to the statement was not based on that analysis.
Is that correct, Dr. Nadatrani?
Well, I want to make sure I'm clear. Back last year, I showed results that reflected that there were some model exceedance. Modeling was showing the results that showed exceedances, and I showed examples as to why their models are reporting those exceedances.
And that was in your direct testimony.
And that's all was in my direct testimony. That's correct.
So the basis for your conclusion that is stated in lines 17 and 18 have all been provided into the record.
That's correct. Mm.
So Dr. Nadatrani, one last question here. Actually, Mr. Hunt, if you could go back to Brentwood 102, figure 4.
Do you happen to know what page figure 4 is on?
Page 30 or 31. Actually, Mr. Hunt, let's use figure 5. Dr. Nadatrani, if you might examine this figure, and this is figure 5, daily average chloride concentrations at pumping plant number 1 for water years 78 to 79.
Yes.
So just so I understand your testimony is that the water quality concentrations that are shown here, chloride concentrations above 250 parts per million, which go from roughly October or November 1977 through February roughly 1978, and then for boundary 1, again, from roughly December or January 1979 through March or April 1979, that those are modeling anomalies and are not real. Is that correct?
Well, two things I want to add about this.
First, Dr. Nadatrani, yes or no? That's a simple question.
I think this question deserves a further clarification.
All right.
Yes, according to this plot, yes, there are exceedances. Two things I want to say is, I guess the more important thing, this is coming from not my analysis. It's Ms. Paulson, which used it, and I want to repeat, different EC2 chloride conversions. So when Mr. Lajam refers to exceedances, it's based on not DWR's analysis. It's based on somebody else's analysis.
Understood.
Which is using it. So in that context, based on this analysis, yes, those are, it is my opinion that most of these exceedances are not real.
So most of these exceedances are not real, Dr. Nadatrani. Is that correct?
That is my testimony, yes.
No further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Elajam. Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break. We will return at 11:05. All right, if everyone could please take a seat. It is 11:05. We are back in session. We have cross-examination of this panel by Ms. Desjardins. Ms. Desjardins, you have requested quite a bit of time. As I stated earlier, I recognize that this is a special area of interest for you, so I will start you off with 30 minutes instead of 15, but I will entertain requests for additional time upon showing of cause, good cause, and also of probative value. So with that, please outline the points that you intend to cover. And I'm sorry, your microphone is not on.
So the questions I have some specific questions for Mr. Lehigh about operations and carryover storage targets that have not been covered, and that would take about half an hour. And then I have questions for Mr. Munivar about, he did introduce some testimony about climate change, and I had questions about the results for long-term shifts in runoff. That I estimated was about 20 minutes. Then I also had some questions. Mr. Munivar had testimony about sea level rise, which I estimated were about 10 minutes. And then I also have questions about Mr. Munivar's statement about modeling results made available. That would be just a few minutes. And then I also have specific questions about the modeling and the water supply index, demand index curve, which I may or may not have time to get to. And I did bring copies of the questions that I was going to ask if you would like an offer of proof.
Let's go ahead and begin, and we will revisit your offer of proof if you still need additional time after 30 minutes.
Okay, so may we, I'd like to pull up exhibit DWR 78, which is Mr. Lehigh's testimony. And page 7, line 5. Mr. Lehigh, you testify about how the State Water Project moderates the releases from Lake Oroville to meet contractor demands. The project balances the needs of the current year with the risk for meeting many requirements for and beneficial purposes of storage in subsequent years. And you testified that you use the formula in DWR 902, the carryover storage target, to do this balancing?
Yes, that formula represents an expression of that policy.
Okay. Let's pull up DWR 902, page 8. Which has the thing. And so it says under reservoir targets, the Lake Oroville storage target is 1 million acre feet plus F times 3.045 million acre feet minus 1 million acre feet. So my understanding is the 3.045 million acre feet is the storage on September 30th of the previous year?
That is correct.
Okay, and is this for your storage target for the end of December?
No, this would be, well, this equation is to come up with a storage target for September 30th.
Okay. Okay, so I'd like to ask you about what this formula said as storage targets during the 2013 calendar year. So let's pull up DDJ 203.
Objection relevance, the time frame of 2013 is not relevant to the scope of Mr. Lehigh's rebuttal testimony.
I think his testimony covers all years,
Yeah.
including that year. Overruled for now.
Okay, so it's in the storage stick I gave you, DDJ 203. So this shows the end of September carryover storage for 2012, and I got it's about 1.98 million acre feet. Mr. Lehigh, is that, this is from CDAC, is that roughly your recollection?
I don't recall what the end of September storage was in 2012, but this looks to be CDEC data showing that.
So we'll assume the CDEC data is correct. Let's pull up Exhibit DDJ4, just the initial 2013 allocation notice. So this shows that your initial allocation was 30%. Was that, is that your recollection? This is the official notice.
I'm sorry, can you scroll to the top just so I can see the date?
Yeah, let's go to the top.
Yeah.
This is the notice to state water project contractors.
Yes, so this is the initial allocation for calendar year 2013 that was made in late November of 2012.
Okay, so let's pull up DDJ 207 when I calculated the Oroville carryover storage according to your formula. So I got that with an initial allocation, your target was about 1.3 million acre feet. Does that look reasonable?
It looks to be correct based on the equation that was used the previous year.
Okay. And so, and then your allocation changed, and I'll go back to the notice that shows it, but the allocation increased to 40%. So assuming that's correct, your storage target then increased to 1.4 million acre feet. Does that look correct?
Looks to be correct. If it was, well, let's see. I'm sorry. Let me look at this a little closer.
Yeah. Let's scroll down a little so we can see, because the allocation first increased in 2013 and then decreased. So I just used your formula.
Okay, I do see now there's something missing in I think in the way you are describing this. When you're showing the 1.98 million acre feet, which was the end of September storage in 2012, which you represented with the CDEC data, the formula actually uses that number and subtracts out a million acre feet. So that number
correct.
should be 0.98 rather than 1.98.
Oh, okay. So it's actually, I apologize, it's actually somewhat less than that. So it's minus 1.98 minus 1. Okay, so this is off a little. All right. Okay, so at the same time, and let's pull up exhibit DDJ 204, which has Orville storage. So I show that by the end of September in 2013, you had, it looks like around 1.6 million acre feet, roughly. So you had a little more storage than you had projected in 2013?
That's what this looks like, correct?
Okay. But you didn't have enough storage when you had a severe drought in 2014. Isn't that correct? You didn't have enough storage to meet all of the your minimum health and safety and all of the system needs?
Well, quite frankly, there wasn't enough water supply in the entire system to meet those requirements in 2014. It's kind of a misconception that most of the water supply comes from reservoir storage. The vast majority of the water supply actually comes from accumulated snowpack in any given year, plus the precipitation that occurs in that year. The actual storage in the reservoirs is a very small portion of the water supply in any given year to meet needs in that year.
Okay. I'd like to, do you know about the previous history of your formula, that there was a consultation with the operations office and then it was changed in 2005?
Objection relevance.
Ms. Desjardins?
I believe it is relevant if this formula has changed, particularly since there was, it appears to have also been changed in the calcium modeling, and I think it's relevant if it changed from a more conservative to a less conservative operations. There's
Okay,
a question.
All right. Overrule, Mr. Blenner.
Okay, so I'd like to pull up exhibit DDJ 206.
There was a question pending, I think, I'd like to respond to.
Okay.
Yes, there was a change, I believe, somewhere in that time frame. And as I testified a couple days ago, there have been subsequent changes to the precise formula. The general policy as expressed by that formula has been consistent for some time.
I would like to go to exhibit DDJ 206, please, and ask you. So this was a 2005 presentation by Ryan Wilbur to the California Water Environmental Modeling Forum, and I wanted to go to page 2. So it says the Operations and Control Office requested an analysis of the water supply guidelines used to develop SWP allocations. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall this?
I do recall taking another look at the water supply guidelines somewhere in this time frame, yes.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, let's go to page 7. And this shows that there was the pre-2005 rule was just, you used 50% of the previous September minus 1 million acre feet. Do you recall having that rule previously?
Yes, I recall we had a different rule curve at that time.
So let's go to page 11. And it says the pre-2005 operating guidelines are very conservative and provide room for improvements in delivery capability with little risk of lower reservoir storages. And do you recall that conclusion? And the analysis provides the basis for the 2005 State Water Project Water Supply Guidelines update used for determining allocations.
I don't recall these precise conclusions, no.
Can we go to page 9? So I believe B was, which is in red, was your was the pre-2005, and C, which is in green, was the post-2005. So this sort of assumed that given the calcium modeling that you could get better delivery reliability by the new rule. Do you recall looking at analyses like these?
I recall looking at analyses such as these, yes.
Okay, and then page, the next page, page 10. This appears to show that between B, which is in red, and C in green, there is some impact to carryover reliability, but you thought it wasn't too bad.
Well, so yeah, and I think what I've testified before, all of this gets to the balancing of current year's supply versus carryover storage and protecting against drier years. And so that's always going to be a trade-off. The more aggressively you operate the reservoir, you will improve the overall average annual deliveries. But the trade-off there is, would be less dry year reliability for that state water project supply. So this was really looking at that trade-off in terms of the state water project allocations from year to year.
But you used the calcium results about Oroville carryover to determine what your actual rule was, or to help evaluate your actual rule.
Well, we were looking at the effects of these three different alternatives, and so one of the aspects we were looking at was Oroville carryover reliability, and one of the other aspects we would have been looking at is average annual delivery capability. That's the trade-off. That's some of the trade-off that I've been talking about.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to go back and look at, ask Mr. Munivar some about the questions about climate change. So I'd like to pull up Exhibit DDJ 185, which is Mr. Munivar's testimony with highlights. Exhibit DWR 86 errata. And I'd like to go to page 34, line 12. And you discuss analyses performed using the Q1 to Q5 climate projections. And you say this analysis showed that incremental changes were consistent and that it's documented in Appendix SWRCB 4, Appendix 5A, Section D 3.3. Is that correct, Mr. Munivar?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So I'd like to go first to, let's go to Exhibit SWRCB RCB 4, Appendix 5A-D, and I'd like to look at this. And I'd like to go to page 72, figure 2.3. This just to remind everybody, so Mr. Muniver, these are the projected change in annual runoff. And could you explain what Q5 is the central tendency scenario? Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So there were 5 climate scenarios that were derived, and I testified on this previously. Q5 represented the central tendency from amongst about 112 individual projections. Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4 represented the bounds, the kind of the drier, higher amounts of warming, which was, and then wetter and with lesser amounts of warming to bound those scenarios.
So Q1 is drier, less warming, and Q2 is drier, more warming?
I don't have the figure in front of me, but I believe it's in this appendix as well that shows those individual climate projections.
Yeah, and so this graph shows under the drier scenarios, you can get a 10 to 20% reduction in inflow in the northern Sierra reservoirs by early long term.
That's correct, not just in the northern Sierras, but also in the southern Sierras.
Yeah, and it's worse in the southern Sierras. The southern Sierras, it's over 20 to 30%.
Move to strike. That's not a question.
In the southern Sierras, is it over 20 to 30%? Is it in the range of 20 to 30%?
It could be for the driest of the scenarios.
Okay, so let's go to page 83, section D33. And this is the operation sensitivity to climate change, the analysis you did. So let's go to page 88 to 89. Page 88. Let's see, so, sorry, I think it's document page 88. So no, we need to go back to, it might be page 87. Scroll back up. It might be, yeah, page 85 to 86. Let's scroll back up another page or two. You have a summary at the beginning. Yeah, up one more. Apologize. So, Mr. Muniver, this says you found Shasta storage and operations are very sensitive to climate change. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
On line 22. And there's substantial reductions in Sacramento River and San Joaquin River inflow to the Delta. Yeah, okay, so I would like to go to the graph on page 86 for Shasta. Yeah, so this shows that the end of September storage is considerably worse for the drier, warmer scenarios. Is that correct?
Yeah. So this was showing the end of September, simulated end of September storage across each of the 5 climate scenarios, whereas the Q5, which was the central tendency, is what was used in all of the detailed analysis.
But this isn't a comparison with the no action alternative. It's a comparison with existing biological conditions.
Yes, and off the top of my head, I cannot recall what the difference was between the EBC and the no action. This was meant to represent just the sensitivity of the climate change at the time.
Okay, so it's difficult to tell from these graphs what the incremental effect of the proposed project is. I would like to...
Just to be clear, this does not show the proposed project. This merely shows the incremental effect of the various climate conditions on top of an existing biological condition.
Isn't this... Oh, right. Okay, yes, I see. All right. So, yes, all right. And so this shows incrementally. And let's go to page 87 for Oroville. So this shows Oroville is also somewhat worse for end of September storage.
Yeah, I wouldn't, to me, it's not worse or better. It's showing a sensitivity to climate change.
So it's lower.
It is, yeah. And most of the effect here, the response in reservoir storage in response to climate change is largely due to the shift in timing and runoff. And we're receiving more runoff during the kind of winter, early spring, less in the late spring and summer. And that ability for the reservoirs to respond and adapt to that shifting kind of seasonal structure of climate change is what drives most of the storage impacts. Not all, but most of the storage impacts.
So I'd like to ask you why you didn't consider, given that it's shown that the Oroville storage has shifted, why you didn't consider changing it back to, for example, the original pre-2005 rule, which was more conservative.
Who's that question for?
Mr. Muniver.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by shift back. We represent, to our best ability, the operation of the projects as of today's philosophy under these conditions of roughly, this is early long term, so this is roughly 2030 climate change conditions.
Mr. Lehi, may I ask you, don't you try to, isn't the underlying philosophy to try to have reasonable carryover storage targets, not a specific formula?
Yeah, as I testified, it's to achieve a reasonable balance between average annual deliveries and that carryover storage. And just to respond to your last question, so you pointed out I've been talking about how the expression of the guidelines has changed several times. You pointed out a point in time when that change was from to less conservative than what it had been prior in 2005. And I think what I testified to just a couple of days ago was that in the most recent changes in that equation or rule curve, we've gone more conservative. So, you know, it's gone both ways as we continuously get new information as the conditions in the basin change. You know, we respond. And so the most recent expression of that formula, we've actually raised the floor of that equation. And that is definitely a more conservative approach.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to pull up Exhibit DDJ 199, please. And Mr. Muniver, this is for you. This is a statement one about BDCP modeling, and I'd like to go to page 20. And You're saying we recommend DWR develop a reoperation strategy for the CVP and SWP that includes modified operation scenarios to mitigate the effects of dead storage during climate change conditions prior to release of any studies, either these or BDCP, that include climate change. So we have here a recommendation by Frances Chung, who's one of DWR's senior modelers, and I wanted to ask you, Mr. Muniver, were you familiar with this concern about this early modeling? And if so, what was your opinion?
So this is not my statement.
No.
There's been long time discussions of how do we respond to climate change. How does the system operate? How do we change upstream operating criteria that might involve the Corps or others? How do we deal with these extreme dry conditions? The purpose of our modeling for the WaterFix was not to assess a climate adaptation strategy for the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, but to demonstrate that the effects of the WaterFix as compared to a no action under the same sets of assumptions would not exacerbate the conditions of climate change.
Okay. I'd like to go to Mr. Nader-Tarani's testimony, Exhibit DWR 79.
And as that's being pulled up, Ms. Desjardins, I assume you would like to request more time.
Yes, I would.
And so now that you've moved on to Dr. Nader-Tarani, does that mean you're done with Mr. Lehigh and Mr. Muniver?
I had, I was going to go to Mr. Nader-Tarani for a minute, but I do have some more questions for Mr. Muniver and possibly Mr. Lehigh. I haven't, I'm getting close to the end of my shifts and runoff, and then I have sea level rise, and I have some questions about modeling results that were provided.
All right, I'll give you until the noon hour when we take our lunch break to complete your cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Duke. So Exhibit DWR 79, and I'd like to go to the graph on page 14 of this testimony. So can we zoom out just a little to show this? So Parviz, this is your graph of the frequency of exceedance of Sacramento River flow at Freeport. And you show the no action alternative and alternative operating scenarios.
That's correct.
But you don't show existing biological conditions or...
I have not shown that here. That's correct.
And we, in essence, I mean, if... My question is, wouldn't assumptions about reservoir operations potentially change this exceedance graph and the frequency of, for example, lower flows?
All the scenarios that are shown here are reflective of early long-term climate change assumptions and the 6 inches of sea level rise, 15 centimeter.
But
in that sense, and this was purely done in response to determination of the effect of, Sacramento River flow at, creation of reverse flow events in Sacramento River. Mm-hmm.
But aren't these results fairly sensitive to your operating assumptions in those modeling?
Well, as it clearly illustrated, when you look at this as a probability of distribution, and each of those scenarios have their own assumptions, but when you put it all together, looking at it as a whole, they are not very different when looked at using the entire 16 years.
Okay, so I'd like to go to Exhibit SWRCB 4, Appendix 5AD. And I'd like to go to page 181 about the modeling assumptions. And Mr. Maneuver, this is for you. So in the modeling assumptions, you assume an extra 443,000 acre-feet a year increase north of delta demand?
Correct. That was part of, I think, the CEQA-NEPA process of defining existing levels and a future level without the project and a future no action. And those were the changes that were projected.
So this is modeled as, is this modeled as a hard demand?
Without recalling specifically, there were a number of demand increases. Some of them were, as indicated here, were M&I service contracts. Some were water rights. So the service contracts would be subject to the CVP allocation process.
But not water rights.
Yeah, I don't recall the particular of these water rights, but I would envision that they were did not have a reduction clause associated with them.
And on the next thing, it says that you modeled, you tuned that as state water project demands would be between 3 and 4.1 million acre-feet per year.
I think that's what it's stating as existing level. So it's very difficult to describe an existing level as what is existing. So I think the range was provided as this was a recent historical set of demands.
But modeling assumptions, well, your minimum demand for the modeling was 3 million acre-feet.
Well, for the no action, which is presented as part of my testimony, they are all set at the maximum contract amounts, the Table A amounts for the no action. This range of 3 million to 4.1, I believe, is talking about the existing level of development.
So I'd like to go to Exhibit PCFFA 22, please. Page 147. This was about documentation of the hierarchy calcium demands and was introduced on cross-examination in Part 1A. PCFFA. And I'd like to go to page 147. So it's a little bit hard to read this table, but table 4.12 on page 147. First priority in calcium 2 is prior water right users and in-stream flow and water quality requirements. So this is your recollection, Mr. Munir?
That's my recollection. This is a report, though, that I don't believe I was part of preparing.
Yeah, but in Part 1A, yeah, they testified that these are still the priorities for calcium 2. That second priority is Table A contracts and CVP contracts. And then reservoir storage in the modeling is the third priority. Is that correct?
Objection outside the scope of his testimony.
No, this is just how the modeling prioritizes calcium water use.
Overrule.
This is consistent with my understanding and how the modeling works.
So we have this increased north of delta demands and maximum table A demands. So the modeling effectively, the carryover storage targets are only met as a third priority. And how does this affect the modeling results?
Objection outside the scope of his testimony.
Ms. Desjardins?
I think if he's a modeler and he's saying that his judgment is that the modeling is representative of the system operations, I'm just wondering if carryover storage is met last, third, next to last, what is the effect on the model results? That's a reasonable modeling question, I would believe.
Mr. Becerra?
Yes, if I could support Ms. Desjardins on this one. Mr. Munever's rebuttal testimony is largely about how he critiques MBK's modeling as not projecting appropriate levels of carryover storage. So if these prioritizations regarding how CalSim prioritizes different aspects of the system relate to carryover storage conclusions, they are well within the scope of his rebuttal testimony.
All right. Overrule, Mr. Bolitter.
Okay, I'd be glad to answer that. This table that's shown here is meant as the priority within CalSim in which water is allocated. CalSim works on a process of a set of weights that define kind of the priority for releases within each of its monthly time steps. The allocation, water rights, in-stream flows, and water quality requirements are generally met at priority. The Table A contracts for SWP and the CVP Ag and M&I service go through a process that looks at both the existing storage, the available supply that's forecasted for the remainder of the year, as well as specific carryover targets that were mentioned by Mr. Lehigh for Oroville. Once that allocation is set, and for example, if it were a 30% allocation, then water would be released in order to meet that 30% allocation. That's what was intended by the use of the reservoir storage for the next year. So we will meet the allocation once it's promised, but that allocation is dependent upon setting carryover targets for the subsequent year using the rules that Mr. Lehigh mentioned. The last point here, since it was brought up, if you assign a very aggressive set of allocations for both SWP and CVP, you will see impacts on carryover storage if they are not set associated with the policy and conservative policy of the SWP and CVP. That's why we have criticized and have taken great care in trying to implement the CVP and SWP allocation policies as best as we can to emulate operational decisions.
Mr. Munever, I'd like to pull up Exhibit DDJ 192, please. And I'd like to ask you a little bit about specifically how CalSim calculates the water supply index for the state water project. So to calculate the water supply index, this says that this is a copy of the state water project delivery logic module. And it says the forecast of the runoff is sum of beginning of month storages for Oroville, San Luis, and the forecast of runoff for the Feather River. Is that generally correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So then you then take this water supply index and convert it to a demand index. Is that correct? I can go. You testify about this.
Yeah, let me restate it just slightly differently. So the water supply index is meant to be, what would the operators, what type of information would they have at the time of setting their allocation? So they would know what storage is in the reservoir, what are the forecasts of inflow, not actual, what are the forecasts of inflow? And then we try to relate that, so the sum of that storage plus that forecast of inflow is called the water supply index. And then we attempt to relate that to the available manageable supply, which is essentially how much could be delivered or how much could be carried over for the following year. And that's what I believe your question was related to the demand index, and that's what the demand index is.
Okay. So let's pull up DDJ 194. I'm going to skip a step here in the interest of time, but you essentially take your water supply index and then you convert it to a demand index using this lookup table, don't you?
That's correct.
Okay, and my question is, this takes, the water supply, when the total water supply gets below 2 million acre feet, it looks like your demand index just stays at 1.8 million acre feet. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, again, the demand index could be either delivery or carryover storage.
But let's pull up DDJ 195. This is a graph, which is a little easier to look at. This is a graph from there. So you can see when it gets down to 2000, it looks like there's, you're telling the system that there's more water than is actually in your runoff forecast?
No,
odd.
that's incorrect. So that would be a misapplication, a misunderstanding of what this is.
Yeah.
So water supply index is not all of the available supply. It is only what in this case, for the State Water Project, is only Oroville storage plus forecasted runoff on the Feather River. And
plus San Luis.
Yeah, Oroville, San Luis plus Feather River runoff.
Yeah.
There is much more supply in the system than those three elements. And as Mr. Lehigh testified, that in large part what the State Water Project delivers as its allocation is that water that occurs outside of the Feather River or downstream of Oroville. And so what these are not equivalent. A water supply index of one value does not equal necessarily an available supply, total available supply of a demand index of the same value.
Thank you. I think that's about as far as I'm going to get with this line. Then I wanted to go back to Exhibit DDJ 185, which is your testimony highlighted, and page 34, line 28. So it says detailed modeling results were made available to the public for all the modeling conducted for the DEIRS, revised DEIRS, its final EIR, and the biological assessment. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's my understanding that all of the CalSim-2 modeling results have been provided.
I'm just wondering, I tried to get a copy of the modeling for the Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4 scenarios, and I didn't. All that we got was Q5.
Is there a question for Mr. Muniver?
Yes.
What's the question?
Are you, how Mr. Munivar, how do you know that the Q1 to Q4 modeling was distributed to the public?
It was my understanding that it was released.
Somebody told you that it was released?
It was my understanding. I didn't.
I'd also like to ask you about the modeling for the 85086 analysis. I'd like to pull up SWRCB 4, Appendix 3A. And I'd like to go to page 3A67.
Which attachment for Appendix 3A?
Just Appendix 3A, I believe. Yeah, let's do page 67 of this document. Yeah. Is that 3A67? Line 48. Results of model runs, and let's go to the next page. Indicated reductions in SWP and CVP water supplies in end of September reservoir storage in Trinity Lake, Shasta Lake, Oroville Reservoir, and Folsom Lake in more years with the 2010 flow recommendations than under baseline conditions. I'm wondering how so you're stating that these model runs were distributed to the public?
Can you scroll up so I can see where you're referring to?
Yeah, so it's the end of there and then...
Well, could you scroll all the way to the heading so I can see where the heading is?
Yeah, okay. So this is the analysis with respect to 85086, and this was an initial set of model runs presented to the board.
Okay, so what was the question?
The question was, you asserted that this was distributed to the public?
You had asked about the climate change scenarios,
This is about a different set of model runs.
Yes. And this is in the EIR, EIS?
Yes.
My understanding, all of the alternatives that were considered in the EIR, EIS have been distributed publicly.
And I guess I would just say, and if my experience had been that we haven't been able to get a copy of that, what would be your response?
Objection beyond the scope of his testimony.
I would suggest, Mr. Berlin or Ms. McGinnis, that you help Ms. Desjardins outside of this hearing locate these modeling runs if they were indeed released to the public.
We would be happy to do so.
Thank you.
Finally, I did have some questions on sea level rise.
Just one comment here. All of this discussion of alternative scenarios were not part of my rebuttal testimony. We're only comparing the H3, H plus, and the boundary 1 and 2. So
I understand, Mr. Munevar, but to the extent that the modeling results Ms. Desjardins is talking about has been publicly released or is subject to public release request act, Ms. McGinnis will make sure she gets them.
Yes.
Well, we did subpoena those model runs
She
as
will
well.
make sure you get them.
Thank you.
Please wrap up your cross-examination, please.
I do have some questions on sea level rise, and if you wish, I can give you an offer of proof about what those are.
Proceed, but do try to wrap it up within the next 5 to 10 minutes, please.
It's fairly quick. So can we do exhibit DDJ 185? And let's need to go down to, let's see, sea level rise. I think it's page 34. It's on the previous one. Scroll back, please. Well, let me ask you, so you stated that in addition to considering the 15 and 45 centimeter sea level projections, you said that sea level rise values were simulated using UNTRIM. Do you recall that?
I do, but if you could refer me to the specific lines, that would be helpful.
Apologize because I thought I had that in the correct page number in my notes.
I think I can help you. It's on page 33, line 13 and 14.
There it is. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So it said you considered higher besides the 15 centimeters, which is 6 inches, 45 centimeters, which is 18 inches. You considered several other sea rise values using UNTRIM. Is that correct?
That's correct. So for what was termed the early long term as part of the WaterFix was roughly the 2025, 2030 time horizon, and the 15 centimeters or 6 inches was used as the best estimate of sea level rise at that time frame. Out at the late long term, 45 centimeters was used, and those were all simulated in both CalSim and DSM-2. Then to look at broader ranges of sea level rise beyond those that would likely be in the next 50 years, we did consider, I believe they were 60, 90, and 140 centimeters that were simulated with the UNTRIM model to capture the hydrodynamics and salt intrusion effects of more extreme sea level rise. And those were done as a sensitivity analysis, largely to look at whether the development of the North Delta intakes, whether they would be at risk under those more extreme sea level rise scenarios.
So I'd like to go to Appendix 5A, SWRCB for Appendix 5A, Section D, Attachment 3. And there's questions I'd like to ask. Attachment 3. Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to go to page 208. Yeah, actually, can you scroll? It's PDF, page 208, sorry. This shows the kind of salinity intrusion you saw at Rio Vista, and it shows that you're getting, I think the yellow and red are the 1.4 meters of sea level rise, and you start to get very significant spikes on the middle graph in late fall. And is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know whether these are significant. The intent of doing this analysis was to just incrementally adjust sea level rise and determine what are the salinity effects at various locations along the Sacramento River in particular. These were all done for the baseline scenario, and the only changes were adjusting sea level rise, with the exception of the last scenario, which is called 140 centimeter with amplitude change, and that had a 5% increase in the tidal amplitude.
Can you bring up Exhibit DDJ 187, please? There was a question in the final EIS that I wanted to go to, and and let's go to line 30, page PDF, page 16, line 34. Yeah, it's highlighted. So this says the location of the North Delta Diversion Facility is further inland, making it less vulnerable to salinity intrusion. And then on line 40, you say alternatives 1A to 2C, 3, 4, and 5 would allow the delta to be managed in a number of different ways, including maintaining salinity as it is currently managed, or allowing salinity to fluctuate more freely in the delta as it did prior to the development of upstream reservoirs. So, Mr. Muniver, are you familiar with this statement?
I'm familiar with the statement. I don't believe I wrote these words, but...
So, at some point, if salinity intrusion got too high, you might consider not doing salinity control in the delta?
Objection calls for speculation. This is well beyond the scope of Mr. Muniver's testimony.
That might be a question for Mr. Lehi as an operator.
Actually, let me ask Mr. Lehi, because Mr. Lehi, this is specifically with respect to the high sea level rise, and you have said that the new tunnels would allow more flexibility. So have you looked at these? Do you consider this a kind of operating scenario?
Can I respond to the first part of it first? Because I think the first highlighted section here relates to the exact findings that we determined from the untrimmed modeling, which was that if we had extreme sea level and we had salinity intrusion, the North Delta Diversion Facility is less vulnerable to salinity intrusion because of both its inland location and its location on the Sacramento River, which has a large freshwater input that tends to combat some of the salinity intrusion. The remainder of the alternatives, I'm not sure if John can address to those. But
I would like to ask you about this policy because about lines 40 to 42 about allowing salinity to fluctuate more freely in the delta.
Objection.
Yeah.
This is not a policy. This is, I think this is the EIS.
This states that this could be a potential use. So, Mr. Lehi, I would like to ask a potential management. Mr. Lehi, I believe, is representing.
I'm about to overrule Ms. McGinnis. Do you have something to add, Mr. Becerra?
In light of that, no.
Thank you. Overrule Ms. McGinnis. Please answer to the extent that you are able to, Mr. Lehi.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this language, and I really need a very clear, specific question.
Have you considered, Mr. Lehi, let me break it down. Have you considered the higher sea level rise, the higher salinity intrusion scenarios for operations of the State Water Project?
Well, what I can tell you is, yeah, we have to respond to whatever changing conditions are. So with an increase in sea level, quite frankly, what that would do is first of all, make it more expensive in terms of state water project water supply to meet existing criteria. You know, there's been analyses done showing that that results in a decrease in state water project yield as a result of that.
So you have considered that this facility could be used in a way where you allowed salinity to fluctuate naturally in the delta without releasing water to meet the current salinity requirements.
I think it becomes very speculative as far as to the extent what changes would be made in depending on the magnitude of sea level rise. But as I said, just incrementally, the effects would be a reduction in state water project supplies in order to maintain. If we were still responsible for maintaining the existing criteria, it would be come directly out of state water project supplies.
And so you haven't, that was my third question, is you have not looked at what scenarios in terms of drier conditions, extended drought, salinity intrusion, that you would seek to change these requirements, or have you?
No, again, that's speculative. I think the modeling results show that there is a decrease in project delivery capabilities with these climate change effects.
And we are now very close to the 70-plus minute that you originally requested, Ms. Desjardins. So I will ask you to ask your final questions and wrap up.
I would like to pull up Exhibit DDJ 190, which is, and I'd like to go to page 14. This is a modeling of with 1.4 meters of sea level rise. Never mind, it's not. Scroll down a little bit, please. So this is the, so there it is. So this was early modeling for the project in 2010, and it shows the base scenario, the preferred project, and then the blue dotted line is the preferred project plus sea level rise. And it shows that you're having spikes in sea level rise to over 2.5 EC, 2,500.
Object, this is for late long term. This is not the project that's before the board.
Mr. Berliner, the permit you are seeking does not
Ms.
have an end date.
Desjardins, provide your response to me.
Mr. Duke, the permit that is being sought does not have an end date. I believe we're looking at a permit that was granted in 1960 and is still in effect 50 years later. Actually, CVP was 60, SWP was 68, and this change petition will be in effect.
But this analysis, this graph that you are presented, was this something that petitioners prepared?
Yes.
And your point is that they should be applying it to the project?
This is 1.4 centimeters of sea level, 1.4 meters of sea level rise, and this is planned operations. And I'm concerned that...
So, okay, Mr. Berliner, I'm going to overrule you and let her ask her question so that we can finish this. And whomever that can answer, please answer.
Yeah, so I'm concerned that this shows...
Your question, please, not your concern.
I wanted to ask, so this shows very significant spikes in salinity with 1.4 meters of sea level rise. Did you look at that?
Yes, as I mentioned, so there is a base condition here. There is a late long term, and then there are a number of island failure scenarios that are implemented here. The purpose of RMA conducting this was to look at extreme levels of sea level rise. So the 140 centimeter was projected to be an estimate at 2100, so 2100. Not within the time frame that we are analyzing right now. But with these extreme sea level rise and some island failures, there were changes to salinity within the interior delta.
It says export adjustments are significant. What kind of export adjustments were those?
I believe what this is referring to was when EC reached a certain value, you would no longer be able to divert or wouldn't want to divert that water from the South Delta facilities. So you would have to shut down the pumps for that period.
In the South Delta, but you would still be able to pump from the North Delta facilities?
Potentially.
Mr. Lehigh, did you review any of this kind of operating scenario, which is more as an isolated conveyance?
No, I haven't looked at this analysis.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
And with that, we will take our lunch break. When we resume, Ms. Seward, do you still have cross-examination? Hold on. And will Mr. Keeling again be assisting you? All right. So we will return at 1:15.
Okay, give it a...
All right, it is 1:15, and and we are back in session. Forgot to acknowledge that this morning, we are being assisted, well, then by Mr. Baker and Mr. Hunt. We now are being assisted by Ms. McHugh and Mr. Hunt. We will now turn to Ms. Seward, who once again is being assisted by Mr. Keeling for her cross-examination. And I don't see Ms. Womack. Okay, well, she was the final cross-examiner for this panel, so we'll see if she still needs to conduct that cross-examination. But in the meantime, I will turn to Ms. Seward, who had initially estimated 30 minutes for her cross-examination.
Nikki Seward with Snug Harbor, and I hope that it'll be no more than that. It depends on if there's any objections or anything like that. I'm mostly focusing on questions regarding Dr. Nader Tehrani regarding DWR 50, which was rebuttal testimony, some particular pages, page 58 and 41, and 40 actually. And then also DWR 8 and pages 26, 27, 28, and 39. And I do have some of my own graphics that I've provided that may be helpful in my questioning. So if we could start with...
I'm sorry, so all your questions will be for Dr. Nader Tehrani?
Unless a different person, I have questions regarding salinity impacts and DSM-2. That's it.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Please proceed.
So DWR 50, page 28.
And Ms. Seward, did you want DWR 50 or DWR 50 errata?
It would have to be 50.
I believe it's 50.
The errata just contained 3 figures that were corrected.
Thank you.
So it'd be page 58 of DWR 50. So, Dr. Nader Tehrani, can the first line there, this hearing is about our water rights, and specifically, I am asking about water rights of on Steamboat Slough, Snug Harbor particular, and we are waterfront, not behind a levee. I think you've probably heard that before, and You have a statement here, North Delta water quality upstream of Rio Vista, including areas around Rye Island, should continue to remain fresh under WaterFix. That's your opinion, is that right?
That's correct.
The word should, could you explain that, please? What does that mean in this context?
I was relying on the observed data for 2014-2015, but I was also, these were extreme dry periods, and I've looked at CDEC, I've looked at the exhibit actually North Delta Water Agency provided that clearly showed what the EC values were in that region, and I also have looked at model results that compared water quality results under various operational scenarios to the no action. And based on all that analysis, that's the basis that I came up with that. Mm-hmm.
So can I ask why you didn't use the word will continue to remain fresh?
Because there could be catastrophic events that could happen in the future that are not simply modeled. As examples would be levee failures, stuff like that.
So absent a catastrophic event, you would say that the water on Steamboat Slough will continue to remain fresh under WaterFix?
And I should add, severe
Wait,
climate.
I asked a question, sorry.
And
Would it be fair to say, in your opinion, that water on Steamboat Slough will continue to remain fresh under WaterFix absent a catastrophic event?
And my answer would be no, and with an explanation that you should also add extreme drought conditions other than what has been experienced in the, more severe than what was experienced in 2014-15. And under those kind of situations, whether or not you have California WaterFix, my opinion is that it may affect the water quality in that area.
It may affect the water quality in the area. Is that what we just said?
I said, in case you have more severe droughts than those that were experienced in the 2014-15, even in absence of California WaterFix, there may be water quality beyond what those, above what those that were experienced in the 2014-2015.
I'm going to bring some graphics up, but you're on page 41 of this same document. If we could go to that. The two bottom points. You said that water quality in and around Ryer Island, this is actually responding to somebody else's evidence, but you said the water quality in and around Ryer Island has been fresh even during recent droughts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that something that you analyzed? Did you look at any data for that opinion?
I would refer to North Delta Water Agency Exhibit 18, for example.
That'd be great. Can we look at that, please?
So this is a North Delta Water Agency exhibit that shows the water quality, observed water quality at Steamboat Slough at Sutter Slough, which is, location in the near the location you're referring to. And just forget the contract standard. Let's just focus on observed data. You see that the EC values this is a year 2014, an extreme drought period, and you see that the EC results hover around 200, and by my expertise that would be considered fresh. There is a similar example we can look at for 2015 if you like, but it does show similar observation.
Could we look at the 2015 one as well?
Sure. When we look at North Delta Water Agency Exhibit 25. So once again, this is observed data at Steamboat Slough. This is once again a North Delta Water Agency exhibit. It does show observed data hovering around 200 EC.
And is that at the North Delta Water Agency compliance point there on Steamboat Slough?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Could we, in looking at that, is it your opinion that, well, let's see, is it your opinion that that EC of around 180 to 200 would be the same all the way down Steamboat Slough, or would it change getting closer to Rio Vista?
I did not make any comment about that.
I'm asking if...
I would consider EC values below 300 as fresh. So as you can see, it did fluctuate between 150 and 250, and due to various factors, including changes in Sacramento River flow, tidal conditions, so there could be changes. And typically, as you move upstream, things get fresher.
Okay,
Water quality gets fresher.
You said anything below 300 you would consider fresh? Is that what you just said?
In general, yeah, again, I'm not an ag expert, so I'm not making any opinion as to what's, but in my opinion, yes.
Okay, can we go to DWR 901? I believe that's the correct one. That was introduced by DWR in all of this. Okay, there we go. That's it. Could we go down to that Steamboat Slough EC? Well, we're going to, wait a minute, let's look at the Rio Vista one, sorry. Move up and then we'll go to Steamboat Slough one. They weren't really in order. So did you prepare this slide?
My staff did at my direction.
Okay. So it shows in September, this is like an average over time, is that correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to focus on September, mostly because a lot of other people focused on that one too. And look at the EC, it's at 700 at Rio Vista, is that correct? For boundary one.
That's what I see, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, can we slide down to find Steamboat Slough one? There we go, Steamboat Slough, there we go. So your modeling, it appears to me that your modeling says that on Steamboat Slough, doesn't matter, no action alternative, boundary one, boundary two, everywhere, it's around 180. Is that correct?
That's the monthly average EC results at this location, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that, well, I think I'd like to go on to another graphic at this point in time. Could we pull up SHR 363, which is a compilation map that I created to try and make it easier for comparative evidence. And I think I jumped ahead. I'd like to also pull up, maybe we can do it comparative, SHR 350. I should have done that first so you can see where I got it. So does this look familiar to you, sir?
I have not prepared this, so that's not
okay.
My testimony.
This was handed to me by Mr. Mizell. Well, it was emailed to me, and then a copy after I had requested the bottom line, how much flow will be left on Steamboat Slough, and Ms. Dudock had instructed DWR to respond to that.
Yes.
So this appears to me to be a graphic from, is that from DSM-2, or does it appear to be CalSim?
I believe it's DSM-2. Mm-hmm.
You believe it's DSM-2? Okay, because there's nothing on the graphic. It was provided to me.
No,
this is a dry year average.
CalSim does not deal with flows at Steamboat Slough.
Okay, so this must be DSM-2.
Correct.
Okay, so it shows Sacramento River let's see, we don't want to do that one. Let's go down to the Steamboat. Yeah, let's go down a little bit to the Steamboat Slough upstream of Sutter Confluence. So that really isn't exactly where the monitoring station for the salinity compliance is, but it's close, and I will show that to you on a map. I wanted you to see what the flows are. The purpose of this chart was to tell me, and anybody else who wants to look at it, what are going to be the minimum flows on Steamboat Slough. And you can see that the no action alternative, it looks approximately, we have maybe 700 CFS of flow on average in September. Does that look right to you? The boundary 2, whereas no action alternative has it more like 900. Can you see that? I'm rounding it because I wasn't given the actual numbers. I was only given the chart.
Let me make sure it is clear that what you're looking at is net flow, which is very different from actual flow, and I can explain those differences if you like. But
That'd be great.
Those are the numbers that I see. Mm-hmm.
And what's the difference between net flow and actual flow?
The observed flows are affected by the tide. So in a day-to-day, there could be large fluctuations in flow, which are significantly higher than what you see here. And that's just natural tide would do it. But what this picture represents is just average over the month of September. So it would take out the highs, take out the lows, simply take the average of monthly flows at that location. So it doesn't necessarily mean at any given instance of time the flow is going to be 700 or 1,000.
Okay, but the average net flow.
The average net flow, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. So now can we pull up SHR 363, please? And this is a graphic that I compiled. The map comes from CDEC, or CDEC, as people say, and it shows the locations where there are compliance monitoring stations. And I circled them in red and actually made the labels larger on the ones I'm talking about right now, because I know that it's hard for some people back there to see, and I wanted to make it easy for everybody to see what I'm talking about. And I use SHR 350 and DWR 901 to demonstrate. I picked September again, and September is that net 700 cubic feet of flow that we talked about, and the expectation, see where it says SSS, that's a flow monitoring station higher up on Steamboat Slough, and that's where the flow is monitored. Okay. And then the EC that you talk about with North Delta Water Agency compliance point, you see that SUS, do you see that?
Yeah, I see
okay,
that.
And that's where it says 180. The next monitoring station, do you see where it says the letters S and then X and S?
I see that, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Snug Harbor is north of that, about a mile. Okay, so I just want it for reference. The next compliance below that, it's SOI, that's actually on the Sacramento River, below Vieira's, but not all the way to Rio Vista. And then a compliance point that's always talked about is the Rio Vista one, and you see that circled. And in your documents, there's a SRV. It's also referred to as SRB in some of the monitoring. So I just wanted to do this comparison that based on documents by DWR in September, I'm looking at that, a higher level. You see it's at 700, when the flow is in Rio Vista 700, it's 180 at that upper end of Steamboat Slough or Steamboat Sutter confluence. And did you analyze what the impact is at that SXS and SOI by any chance?
Objection beyond the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
And overrule, Mr. Nader Tarani can answer that he did not, or if he did.
I have looked at specific model results. I cannot say specific to those locations, but I would say in the vicinity, and I did not see any evidence of salinity changes, and so I still think the model results reflect, that the absence of salty water coming in.
Could we look at DWR 650, please?
Ms. Morris?
I wanted to clarify that last exhibit that was up was just for demonstrative and is not being offered for evidence. If so, I object, because it has a question on the top that's completely outside the scope. It's talking about drinking water.
Ms. Seward?
Yes, it's demonstrative evidence.
Thank you. Actually was quite helpful.
Thank you. So we are at DWR 650. DWR did actually include, this is, let's go down the list, please. September 2015. And I just, can we take, for example, September 14th? Do you see what the EC level is there? And I realize you were doing averages. Do you?
Yeah, I do see that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and what that says 1141.
Yeah, and I see that seems to be the highest number in that column, yes.
Okay. If you look at September, 26, 20, well, 28, 29 also. You see those are over 1,000 also, okay? So it just roughly, if you averaged September 2015, the EC average would be 772. So that is higher than basically your averages graphics.
Hold on, hang on. Are you making an objection? There doesn't seem to be a question yet.
Well, I'm objecting because the question assumes facts, not evidence, and Ms. Stewart's testifying. This is a bunch of things. She wants to ask him to calculate it. She can, but he can't verify without doing it. So it assumes facts, not evidence.
I believe this is a DWR exhibit that she just pulled up.
Yes. But there's no average. She just testified as to the average.
We are happy to take the time to have Mr. Nader Tarani add it up, which will come to about 23,171 and divide it by 30, and we can go through that exercise.
No, let's not. Objection overrule. Ms. Seward, ask your question, please.
Mr. Nader Tarani, do you recognize that maybe EC at Rio Vista might be higher than what you modeled on just comparing a month to your own models?
Well, the plot that we were looking at earlier representing model results represented long-term monthly averages. What you're looking at is the EC results for an extreme dry period. So those are very different things in my mind.
Okay, we need to go back to SHR 350 because that was what was handed to me for the flow, and at the top of it, it says a dry year. I was also provided with a critical year. So I just want to emphasize the flow numbers there. Yeah, that upstream, I want you to look at the net 700 flow. Okay, I'm gonna go on. Can we go to SHR 367, please? This is another compiled document, and I'm offering it for demonstrative purposes only. I wish you to note that the data is screen prints from CDEC, again, and the links are actually provided. For example, you'll see Steamboat Slough between Sutter Slough or below Sutter Slough. That's the compliance point that SUS. No, yeah, there it is, SUS. And the we look at September, and I'm pointing out that, well, sorry. Do you, Mr. Nader-Tarani, can you look at September 1 through 13 roughly? And what, do you recognize what that EC is?
Objection scope, this topic and seems to be an attempt to understand CDEC data or the graphics that have been presented instead of trying to understand Dr. Nader-Tarani's testimony.
Dr. Nader-Tarani said that, I quote, North Delta water quality upstream of Rio Vista, including areas around Ryer Island, should continue to remain fresh under WaterFix.
And what is it that you are attempting to question him on with respect to this particular document?
Okay, I will move on to, I wanted to point out what it was in September 2015.
But what is your question?
My question was, did you see the numbers? What is the EC?
I can't quite read the numbers. Perhaps you can read them for me.
Sorry, it goes as high as 220 EC, and this is probably where your averages come in. It went as high as 220 between the 1st down to the 13th, and then we went below the 180 thereafter.
Yes, I see that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you recognize that there are times when averages don't tell the whole story or the on the water story?
That in general is true, but based on the numbers I see here, I would still consider this as fresh water.
Okay. Thank you. SHR 369, please. So I believe that somebody in this hearing said, I think it might have been the hearing chair, use of longer time frames sometimes masks the exceedances when it relates to specific locations or specific time frames. So this is another compiled graphic, and it shows CDEC summary, well actually the actual dates and the points that were recorded for that monitoring station below Snug Harbor, which is labeled S and then X and then S. And do you see the high point of salinity in September of 2015?
Yes, I see that. Mm-hmm.
Can you read what that is?
No, it's,
It's
600 something.
610.
Yes, I see that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you believe, I believe earlier you said that you believe anything under 300 is still fresh water, is that correct?
Yes, in general. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, so would you consider 610 still fresh water?
My earlier comments was kind of a general statement and didn't necessarily mean that each and every day. That's the observation going to be. This is a clear example of a extreme dry period, and this sort of thing will happen with or without WaterFix.
Okay, so over to the right. Okay, you said this will happen with or without WaterFix. Okay, over to the right of the screen is another screen print, and you can see the, oh, is that the right link? It's the CDC link, or the information is on this graphic, and I added to it the number 700 and the red dots to show it. No, it goes lower. You got to go down lower. It's the graphic from that shows flow, and actually in September of 2015. Our net flow was over 700. If EC near Snug Harbor at approximately 1,000 net flows per CFS, results in over 610 EC, what would you expect WaterFix would do that sustains, or appears to sustain steamboat slough at 700 cubic feet per second for June, July, August, September, October?
The salinity...
Objection. The question is vague and ambiguous.
I would agree, Ms. Seward. I was having trouble following the question, too. What do you mean by WaterFix maintaining the 700?
As I understand it, Madam Chair, the purpose of this demonstrative exhibit and the testimony that Ms. Seward is attempting to elicit is to demonstrate that the relationship between flow and certain flow levels and certain EC levels in the modeling does not necessarily reflect that relationship historically. Here we have higher flows and higher ECs. And I think the point is to assist the hearing officers in understanding the magnitude and nature of this discrepancy, and Ms. Seward can supplement.
But wouldn't that discrepancy exist in both the no action as well as the with WaterFix? And if we're going to look at things from a comparative purpose.
If the comparison, I think what you're saying is if the only comparison that's relevant are the comparisons between the hypothetical unreal no action alternative and the hypothetical unreal WaterFix alternative, yes, but I think Ms. Seward's getting down to the real world and real life and the real relationships historically between flows and EC at this location. Perhaps you can add.
So can we go back to SHR 362 again, please?
I'm sorry, are you moving on, or are you trying to explain to me?
Explain to you.
Thank you.
I'm trying to explain to you.
Can you repeat the exhibit, please?
362.
And how much do you have remaining?
I am almost done with the EC issue, and I have just a little bit on DSM-2 hydrology.
So about another 10 minutes?
Yeah.
All right, let's give her 10 minutes, and then let me see if I can understand this.
Okay, so to explain that graphic, SHR 369, my purpose is we've had lots of testimony of averages over a long amount of time, and my consistent testimony all along has been that what happens in real life on the water is different than what happens in computers. And
Objection,
so
this is testimony, not a question.
Okay, sorry.
Hang on,
So,
she's trying to explain to me.
and
Overruled for now.
so the purpose of that particular, the 369 is to see if Dr. Nader-Tarani had actually looked at 2015, which he said he did, and to see if he had actually looked at 2015 at my location, because I'm a legal user of water, and this is a WaterFix hearing,
So,
which could affect me.
So let me see if I understand. Dr. Nader-Tarani, as well as other petitioners' witnesses, have, I think, consistently maintained, in fact, Mr. Alajam actually spent some time on this with Dr. Nader-Tarani, exploring how model results do not necessarily reflect real results. I mean, I don't know if you were here for Mr. Alajam's testimony, and I'm sorry, Mr. Alajam's cross-examination. And Dr. Nader-Tarani, as Mr. Alajam pointed out, has testified in his written rebuttal testimony that real-time operational aspects would present different outcome than what is reflected in the modeling. So I think we all understand that, and I think Mr. Nader-Tarani would accept that modeling results do not reflect actual historical water quality and should not be used for that comparative purpose. I'm paraphrasing you. So I'm trying to seek the additional probative value that you are bringing to the record with this line of questioning.
Combined with SHR 362, which reflects my understanding. Again, this is a document that was prepared by DWR in response to my request for what are the minimum flows, net flows I can expect for Steamboat Slough, and you had graciously instructed them to provide this information. So I am looking at...
But if your point, Ms. Seward, is that the modeling output do not reflect the historical data, then I think Dr. Nader-Tarani would agree.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll ask that. Do you feel like the modeling data reflects the historical data based on this information I just provided in SHR 369?
And the answer is no.
No, the modeling data do not reflect the historical data.
That is not how models are designed for.
Okay. I am going to skip 370 because that's a different river, and I'm going to switch to the other topic, which is DSM-2. And I assume that's going to be Dr. Nader-Tarani again. Is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, I'm trying to go fast through some, let's see. Could you pull up SHR 359, please? Yep, that's the right number. Yeah, okay. I do have questions about calibration, the last calibration of DSM-2, and specifically as it applies to Steamboat Slough. So my questions are going to be about recalibration of DSM-2 Steamboat Slough. This graphic that you can see where it came from, and the little dots show water rights diversions along lower Steamboat Slough and upper Steamboat Slough is what I'll call it. And it's from the water rights map from Water Board. So I just wanted you to be aware of the location of Steamboat Slough. That's the only purpose of that. Can we go to the next page, please? Of the same. So, Dr. Natatrani, is the channel depths an important factor in determining model accuracy in DSM-2?
It depends on which parameter you're requesting. I mean, you're expecting.
Is it important for to determine flow accuracy if you have the correct depths of the waterways, elevations?
In general, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm showing a grid of DSM-2. Is that correct? Up there, do you see that?
That looks familiar, yes. Mm-hmm.
Does DSM-2 also use average water depth rather than actual?
That question does not make sense.
Okay.
I mean, to be technical, so the water quality, water flow, and water levels are calculated at each and every one of those nodes, circles that you see.
Okay, and I should say, I'm going to explain this graphic. It is screenshot that there is a DSM-2 user group, and there's a portal, and that's available online. And to your understanding, the last time DSM-2 was updated for its bathymetry cross sections, it was February 2016. Is that correct? That's what it says?
I don't recall the specifics, if that's what it says, but that's not the version of DSM-2 that was used for this modeling.
What version of DSM-2 was used?
I believe it's the 2009, but I need to refer to the EIR to be specific. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so can we go to the next page? You're correct. It is 2009, and there were changes to DSM-2, I believe. And could you explain how the cross sections for DSM-2 are determined and why they're important, please?
Objection beyond the scope.
I'm going to overrule because I want to see where she goes with this. I assume you do have a point you're trying to get to.
Yes, I do.
All right,
I do.
Dr. Natatrani.
What's important in the model is that the cross sections near those circles that are nodes, that are the two ends of each channel that connects those two nodes, those are what goes into the model for its calculations of flow and water levels. So there could be a number of cross sections in between that may be available to the model, but the model actually calculates only the flow, typically at the two ends of each channel. Depending on how long the channel is, there could be other locations within that channel that the flow gets calculated. But the point to consider is there could be some cross sections in between that may be available, but the model does not necessarily use every cross section that's in the data for which is available. Mm-hmm.
Who decides which cross sections to use?
The model does.
The modelers do.
No, not the modelers, the model.
The model itself.
Yes.
AI in action, I guess. Okay.
Yes, that's what I meant, yes.
Yeah, who decides where to take? Somebody created bathymetry for those cross sections. Is that right?
Somebody did, yes.
Did somebody hand it to the modelers?
And now, Ms. Seward, I want to know what the point is and the connection that you're making.
Okay. Dr. Natatrani, if cross sections are used in DSM-2 that are incorrect, how does that affect flow, specifically to Steamboat Slough? If the cross sections, if the elevations and cross sections used are incorrect, how does would that affect flow?
Again, I'm going to object. I don't know where we're going with any of this.
Hold on.
We could have an offer of proof.
I'm trying to understand. Are you arguing that the cross section used is incorrect?
Yes. Dr. Natatrani, okay, let's just go to the next slide. So I'm going to represent that, I don't take out where I got this, please. Okay. So the cross sections used to be available online so that anybody could see what the USGS was scanning, and it's been taken down now, but I had saved, I'd done screen prints so that you can still see a lot of the cross sections at my website because I was following this data. So Dr. Natatrani, could you look at this graphic? There's one on the left and then the one on the right, I just enlarged it. And is this a fair representation of how these cross sections are created that then get input into DSM-2?
I'm going to object at the moment. This is the exact same path that we went down in Part 1A about, I guess there's some sandbars in this area of the stream, and we went through this whole discussion in Part 1A. Dr. Natatrani never discusses this in his rebuttal testimony. This is the kind of thing that should have come up in Part 1A if Ms. Seward wanted to do cross-examination. That was the appropriate time, and we know she was aware of this issue because she testified about it.
So Ms. Seward, tie this back to his rebuttal testimony, please.
Okay.
Otherwise, you might have a chance, depending on how things go, to present SWR rebuttal. If you wish to testify as to what you believe the errors are in his rebuttal testimony.
Okay, I'm trying to formulate how to say this. Dr. Natatrani, if DSM-2 is based upon incorrect bathymetry due to cross sections that were not taken that materially affect actual flow, would that impact the residual flow, first of all, in Steamboat Slough, and therefore the salinity at the bottom end of Steamboat Slough? that too complicated?
I think it is much broader than his testimony, and it's both much broader and also much more narrow in scope in terms of the specificity to Snug Harbor.
Okay, again, he did bring DSM-2 in his testimony.
Ms. Meserve.
Yes, OSHA Meserve for land. I think that this relates to the rebuttal testimony, if I might offer. He's got a discussion regarding the water levels near the intakes, and Ms. Seward's resort is quite near there on the Steamboat Slough, is right downstream. So I believe this goes directly to the accuracy and usefulness of the outputs that Dr. Nader Tarani is discussing in his rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Berliner?
Well, we were talking about salinity and flow, not water levels. So that's an entirely different subject. And I think the chair's point is well taken, which is we are not dealing with an individual spot on an individual stream at this point. And the mere fact that Dr. Nader Tarani is talking about DSM-2 doesn't open up the entire universe of sources of data for DSM-2. The cross has to be confined to where he testified about DSM-2.
I am sustaining that objection, Ms. Seward.
I did, okay. It was DWR 8 but okay. I'll have to take an answer rebuttal.
Which we look forward to. All right. Does that conclude your cross-examination?
Yes. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your patience in trying to explain things to me. I don't see Ms. Womack. So with that, Mr. Berliner, do you have an estimate as to the time that you will need for redirect? And can you give me just a brief outline of what you intend to cover?
Yes. My guesstimate is 30 to 40 minutes. I have some questions for Dr. Nader Tarani concerning some issues that were raised last week regarding Dr. Bray's testimony concerning the DSM-2 model results, and also significant reverse flow events. Questions that we covered between Mr. Herrick and Mr. Elajab today along those same lines. I won't repeat all of that. We got, again, what we covered earlier today on exceedances versus what in modeling are using the nomenclature we've used as not being real. Mm-hmm. So the question about real-time operations versus modeling. I have some questions for Ms. Parker regarding modeling approaches in planning studies, as well as modeling conventions. A couple of questions for Mr. Munever regarding calcium modeling. And then a couple of questions for Mr. Lehi concerning DW. There was a question that was asked by Mr. Cooper concerning a part of Mr. Lehi's testimony regarding various factors and whether they involved perfect foresight. And there was a question from Ms. Meserve about DWR Exhibit 10, Slide 19, and the purpose of that graphic. That was the one with the arrows on it on flow. And then finally, a question for Mr. Lehi, following up on Mr. O'Loughlin's cross-examination, where we had, if you'll recall, the chart with lots and lots of columns of numbers, and there were some negative numbers. And Mr. Lehi's had an opportunity to consider why those numbers were negative and wants to provide an explanation for that.
All right, thank you. That's quite a list, and that would take us to 3 o'clock. I assume we will have more than an hour of recross.
Well, I would, if it's helpful, I'm trying to ask as many of these questions in yes or no fashion as possible to try to speed this along.
Okay.
I can't guarantee I'll get all yes or no's, but I'm trying.
All right. I was trying to do a rough estimate to see if I could dismiss Ms. Nichols' witnesses for today. They're going to be here anyway? All right, they're riveted to this. All right, in that case, then I won't worry about that. Mr. Berliner, I would like to take a break for the court reporter somewhere between 2:30 and 2:45-ish, that time frame. So when you get to a natural break, we'll do so. And as a reminder, we will try to wrap up by 4:30 today.
Great. I'll start with Dr. Nader Tarani. Dr. Nader Tarani, last week, Mr. Salmon for East Bay Mud asked you about DWR 50, slide 29. Do you recall that exhibit, or would you like to see it up on the board?
Actually, I would like to see it
Yes.
up on the
Great.
board.
If we could please have DWR 50, slide 29. There was testimony that Dr. Bray modified his DSM-2 results in his analysis. As presented by Dr. Bray, do you have enough information to fully understand how he modified DSM-2 results used in his analysis?
No.
And since you don't, what additional information would you need to have that would make clear how he modified the DSM-2 results?
Specifically, what is missing here is what time period did he consider for his bias correction, and specifically also what version of calibrated version of DSM-2 he used for his analysis.
And why are you concerned about which calibrated version of DSM-2 he used?
Because the first important fact about DSM-2 is to make sure it's using the consistent version that the petitioners used. Because if he's using the model to do a bias correction, it has to be the same version of the model. And I don't know that.
And why does the version of the model matter?
The petitioners used the 2009 version of the model. And that was part, at that time period, the DSM-2 model was adjusted to reflect the fact, and in addition to a number of things, it was the Liberty Island, which is a large body of water in North Delta that got flooded. And that, I recall it happened during the year 2000. So that was reflected in the model. And it was calibrated based on that factor. What we do see here is it seems like he's using the information in the 1990s so we know that Dr. Bray used his analysis in the 1990s results for his bias correction. So the issue here is in 1990s, the Liberty Island was not flooded, whereas the model reflects a calibration that includes that Liberty Island that got flooded. And the island flooding has been shown that it would dampen the tidal effects. As a result, it would affect the velocities, and that's why it's important to know that if you use, in fact, the 2009, that version of the DSM-2, that would be a considerable flaw if he's comparing his result against the 1990s where Liberty Island was not flooded.
Thank you. Mr. Salmon also raised an issue about your estimate of the probability of significant reverse flow events during 2014-15, and he indicated that one of his witnesses stated that there were 8 such events, and your testimony was that there had been, you analyzed 4 such events. Mr. Salmon also pointed out that East Bay Mud was not operating its Freeport facility during the entire period of the 2014-15 timeframe. So all of the implication of this is that it makes the probability of the significant reverse flow events higher than your estimate of 1.1%. Let's just assume that's correct for the moment. In any case, does that change your opinion that Dr. Bray is overestimating the frequency of significant reverse flow events?
No.
And is that answer based on the testimony that you offered the other day?
Yes.
Thank you. Earlier today, and in response to questions from Mr. Alajam and previously to Mr. Herrick, you were asked a series of questions about the best use of DSM-2. You indicated that it was that using it for long-term analysis was the best use, correct?
Yes.
You also said that one should rely upon exceedance plots of short-term DSM-2 outputs, correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Isn't it true that you also said that one should rely upon exceedance plots of short-term DSM-2 outputs?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you use DSM-2 to assess modeled exceedances of 1641 under the WaterFix?
Yes.
If you wanted to use DSM-2 to assess the comparative exceedances of 1641 for the different alternatives, could you do it?
Yes.
Is it appropriate to use DSM, sorry. Is it appropriate to use DSM-2 to assess exceedances for a given 15 minutes or a specific day under the no action alternative or the project scenario?
No.
Is DSM-2 the appropriate tool to use to investigate potential impacts to legal users of water that are based on specific thresholds, such as those under D1641, which are typically described in a shorter time frames, such as a day or 14-day averages?
It is appropriate. Yes.
I'd like to...
I'm sorry, is it?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to give you an example to see if we can illustrate how DSM-2 would be used. Let's use the standard in D1641 of 250 milligrams per liter, maximum daily average chloride concentration at the Contra Costa Canal. Madam Chair, could I just have a minute?
Shall we take a break? Okay, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break now, and we will resume at 2:45. I'm sorry, that's way too much. 2:35. Mr. Alajam, actually, is this something that needs to go on the record? Then if so, you should wait. right, it is 2:35. We are back in session, and I will turn to Mr. Berliner to continue his redirect.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the break. Dr. Nader-Tehrani, I was about to give you an example to see if we can illustrate how DSM-2 would be used. And I was referring you to the 250 milligram per liter maximum daily average chloride concentration at the Contra Costa Canal under D1641. So you've already told us that DSM-2 provides 15-minute outputs. You've also told us that the model can calculate daily average chloride concentrations by doing an EC to chloride conversion. Correct so far?
Yes, that's correct.
Now you've also told us that it would be wrong to judge the results of this model by comparing a specific day of one scenario against a specific day of another, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you've also told us that the best way to illustrate the ability to meet this daily criteria is by comparing the probability of exceedances between the two alternatives, correct?
Yes.
So if we could please pull up DWR Exhibit 513 and go to figure C5. You'll have to scroll down a few pages. One more. We've seen this figure before. Now regarding this figure, these are the DSM-2 modeling results for the various WaterFix alternatives, correct?
That's correct.
And includes the NAA alternative, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is for the Contra Costa Canal pumping plant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As I understand it, this chart shows daily averages and the probability of meeting the D1641 standard on a daily basis, correct?
Yes.
So I know there's some mathematics involved, but as I understand it, each curve represents 5,844 data points, one for each day, each year, assuming 16-year period, correct?
Basically 365 times 16. I assume the math is correct. It sounds like it. Sounds right, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And we've all discussed how modeling results are not equivalent to real-time operations, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what I think that means simply is that while the model might show an exceedance for reasons that you've explained on Tuesday, we would expect operators to respond in real time and make adjustments to try to avoid the exceedance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Herrick had asked you a question, and I'm going to try to ask it with a little bit more clarity. If you want to investigate potential impacts to legal users of water that are based on specific thresholds described in shorter time frames, such as those under D1641, is DSM-2 the appropriate tool to use for that investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm a legal user of water and I want to check whether the WaterFix will meet the D1641 requirements as compared to the no action alternative, are the probability curves using short-term DSM-2 results that you have created the appropriate way to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. Berliner. Mr. Becerra.
Just an objection. These are calling for legal opinions. He's asking Mr. Nader-Tehrani how to reach a conclusion regarding effects on legal users of water.
My understanding of his question is he was asking Dr. Nader-Tehrani on the use of the modeling, not on the legal determination itself, but just that the model could be used. Is that correct, Mr. Berliner?
That is correct.
Overrule, Mr. Becerra.
Now, there was some discussion about how you know exceedances that are shown in a model are not real. And that use of that word, phrase, not real, frankly bothers me, Dr. Tarani. Could you explain what that means to you so we can have some context for that? And then I want to ask you some questions.
The model, DSM-2 in this case, used in conjunction with calcium-2 is, calcium-2 is basically a monthly flow model, and it's using that model. There is nothing in the model designed in DSM-2 to recognize specific salinity intrusion events as the operators would have access to that information. So, and therefore, the model is not designed to respond to those salinity intrusion events, and it might the results might indicate that there would be those salinity intrusions, whereas the real-time operators would do the proper day-to-day adjustments when they anticipate a particular salinity event that's coming through, and therefore that is one of my opinion as to why you would see an example of why you would see an exceedance in the model where in the real world you may not see it. Mm-hmm.
Hey, and you got some questions earlier from Mr. Elajam about your testimony and how you know that operators would, on a real-time basis, which I think is what you're saying, would make adjustments that would result in a different result than what is shown in a model. And you indicated that you did not confer with Mr. Lehi in preparing your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have 27 years of experience as a modeler at DWR, correct?
Yes.
And in your work, do you have occasion to confer with operations staff as to how real-time operations are conducted?
Yes.
And have you conferred in the past with Mr. Lehi about how he does real-time operations aside from your testimony?
Yes.
And have you also observed the differences between modeled exceedances and no action alternatives?
Yes.
And does that observation tell you that the modeled exceedances, which might not show up in the no action alternative, in turn means that the operators have addressed the exceedances that might otherwise occur if you look at the model?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure, that probably wasn't the most well stated. Let me just back up. So you've observed the difference between modeled exceedances and no action alternative, correct?
Yes.
Does that observation tell you that the modeled exceedances that do not show up in the no action alternative means that the operators have addressed the exceedances that might otherwise be shown in a model? Is that not clear?
Yeah. Mm.
All right, let me move on. I think we've probably covered it enough. All right, there were some questions from Mr. Elajam concerning Dr. Paulson's plots showing chloride exceedances. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the conversion from EC to chloride. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And when using a conversion factor for EC to chloride, do you need to make the same conversion factor in the calcium model and the DSM-2 model to get an accurate result?
Specifically with regards to compliance at Contra Costa, yes. It's important that those conversions be the same.
Okay. And why is that?
I think in last year when I was explaining about calcium, calcium is the model that determines the flow, among other things, the flows that are required, certain water quality constraints that are defined in calcium. A number of constraints are described in EC, but specifically the Contra Costa compliance objectives of the 250 and the 150 are both described in terms of chloride concentrations. So in order to quantify the amount of water needed, calcium relies on that conversion. And for DSM-2 to be able to replicate that, it's important that they use the same conversion that was used in calcium. Otherwise, this would not be an appropriate comparison. So, and again, this is strictly with respect to compliance at Contra Costa. It is extremely important that the same conversion, EC to chloride, is used both in calcium and DSM-2, and we have done it.
And did Dr. Paulson use the same conversion factor between calcium and DSM-2?
Based on what I read from the testimony, the answer is no.
And
again, this is specifically at Contra Costa Canal.
Thank you. Just before we took the break, kind of brushed through a little bit at the end of your testimony regarding Dr. Bray's overestimation of the frequency of the significant reverse flow events. Why do you conclude that he overestimated the frequency of the significant reverse flow events?
Okay. I would ask the East Bay Mud Exhibit 152. If you can turn to page 31, Exhibit East Bay Mud 152, page 31. That's figure 4. Uh, 31. There you go. Okay. So I want to explain, this is Dr. Bray's exhibit, figure 4. This analysis, Dr. Bray, my understanding is that he used actual observed data, velocity data at Freeport for the years 1987 to 2016. So that's a 29-year window. And this is not modeled, this is purely observed data. And my understanding is he used this information to compute how often those reverse flows, significant reverse flows would occur. And so the numbers on the vertical bar, the vertical axis describes the frequency. So for example, January, it shows 7. So that means in that 29-year window, there are 7 incidences of SRFEs would occur. SRFE stands for significant reverse flow event. So 7 incidents of SRFEs would occur in the month of January. It doesn't say which year, it's just 7 incidences in the January. So if you add up all those incidences, you would add up to about 39 incidences in 29 years. So just doing a simple math, that would be 39 divided by 29, and you would get a number that's less than 1.4 event per year, SRFE event per year. Also note, there is no incidences in the entire 29 years. This is actual observed data for the July, August, September, and October. Now let's turn to page 35, figure 8. So this is a similar plot. Now he's using the DSM-2 with the applied bias correction to determine the frequency of the SRFEs under no action and other California WaterFix operational scenarios. So the first thing you would notice that the frequencies are much higher than what those observed data is. And while on one hand, I would agree that it would be inappropriate to use the model results versus observed data, but it's the large difference in the frequency that is a question. So if you now turn to page 46. So now focus in 1977, month of October. So that's month 10. And let's just focus on no action, and we're not even looking at California WaterFix. So according to Dr. Bray's analysis using the bias-corrected DSM-2, he is reporting here that 35 events would occur in the month of October alone. That means there were at least 4 days that 2 SRFEs would occur on the same day. And then if you go back one page to page 20, table 3. So let's just focus on the 16 years. So the 16 years, that's the DSM-2. There are 596 events. You do the math, 596 SRFE events based on no action results versus, so you do the math, divide by 16, you get 37. So that's the SRFE event frequency probability based on DSM-2. So a couple of things are very different. Obviously, the period is very different. But in terms of the mix, you have several dry periods in his the 29-year window that he included, including the 87 to 92, 2007 to 2009, and 2014-15. So there are plenty of dry periods included in the 29-year. So while it's correct that the periods are not the same, while it is correct that climate change assumptions are different, while it is correct that there is 6 inches of sea level rise associated with the no action where it's not included, all those things together would not explain to me that the large variation in his expected SRFEs, which is 37 per year based on no action, versus the 1.4 that you actually base it on observed data. Again, I make it clear, it's not appropriate to compare historical with simulated, but I'm just illustrating the large discrepancy that is between those two numbers.
Thank you. I have some questions for Ms. Parker. Ms. Parker, could you please explain whether in the context of a planning study, the petitioner's modeling approach was appropriate?
Yes, it was.
Why is that?
The petitioner's modeling approach being the comparison of a proposed action to a no action alternative and keeping model logic consistent between the two scenarios other than the implementation of the WaterFix and logic associated with that. And petitioner's presentation of model results as comparing a distribution of storage and delivery conditions, either with exceedance plots or water year type based averages, is consistent with the normal practice that petitioners typically work with.
And you're putting that in the context of your experience as an experienced modeler with the Bureau of Reclamation?
Yes, that is in the context of normal use of calcium as a long-term planning model depicting water supply reliability for the projects.
Regarding the modeling that showed reductions in storage, you were asked a number of questions about those modeling results. What is the significance of any individual modeling result showing dead pool conditions?
So any modeling result showing dead pool conditions is indicative of what we've discussed as stressed conditions experienced by the system. Typically in drought conditions, the ability of modelers to depict real-time decisions that are made by regulatory and policy level entities are not possible to represent in a long-term planning model because the droughts that occurred during the period of record, we view each drought as being unique in either its in the timing of flow, or in the timing of precipitation and runoff, in the type of precipitation, in many cases due to the localization of hydrology in California, with different conditions being possible in the San Joaquin Basin relative to the Sac Basin, and even localized within the Sac Basin or San Joaquin. Each drought is unique, and it's not possible for a modeler to generalize and use a consistent set of logic to depict specific decisions that would be made to get through each of those droughts.
And is it correct that once the model reaches a point where water service contractors have been severely curtailed or allocated zero, that the model still has to meet senior water rights and regulatory criteria?
That is correct.
And are the conditions where water service contractors would be severely curtailed or allocated zero likely to be reached sooner rather than later under the climate change and sea level rise conditions?
Hold on, Ms. Parker. Mr. Becerra?
Yeah, objection, vague and ambiguous. Mr. Berliner's using the term water service contractors, which is a particular kind of contractor. I'm not entirely sure what that means in this context, particularly, for instance, in relation to Folsom Reservoir, where if you reach dead pool, you also have settlement contractors that can't get water.
Mr. Berliner, can you be more specific?
Sure. For purposes of these questions, Ms. Parker, the CVP has what I'll call junior contractors and senior contractors. Could you characterize who the junior contractors are?
That would be the CVP ag service contractors and the M&I service contractors.
And is the use of the term service contractor a term that has definition within the CVP?
That's my understanding.
So are your answers in the context as to how the term is typically used under CVP operations and allocations?
That was characterizing my previous response, yes.
And would an example, for instance, of a water service contractor be an agency such as the Westlands Water District?
Yes.
And would an M&I water service contractor be an agency such as the City of Tracy?
Yes.
Okay. And when you answered my questions, were you answering it with that in mind?
Yes, I was.
When you are in these stressed conditions, which, as I understand it, and for purposes of this question, are conditions that we would typically consider to be extended drought, and the model has difficulty depicting the decisions that operators may have to make at that time, does calcium meet the needs, the remaining needs of the system, such as senior contractors and regulatory criteria, by draining the reservoirs to dead pool?
It can.
Mr. Becerra is about to voice something.
Yes, again, an objection. we're talking about senior contractors and settlement contractors being satisfied by releases from reservoirs. There are at least at Folsom 2 settlement contractors that divert their water directly from the reservoir. So I guess to some degree it's an incomplete hypothetical. It's also vague and ambiguous as to settlement contractors.
Mr. Berliner, specificity?
You know what? I think I'll just move on.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with, strike that, does the modeling provided by MBK violate basic modeling conventions?
Mr. Becerra is about to object to something.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to basic modeling conventions.
I will get there.
All right. Overrule for now. Actually, my counsel may frown at that. Overrule.
Could you repeat the question?
It's a yes or no question.
Could you just repeat it so that I have the specific words?
Yes. Does MBK's modeling violate basic modeling conventions?
Yes.
Could you please define for us basic modeling conventions? What do you mean by basic modeling conventions?
In the context of the studies that petitioners have done, it would be the use of consistent logic between both studies that other than the logic that is necessary to change to implement the California WaterFix.
I'm sorry, I did not understand that.
So for this proceeding, there was a no action and a proposed action that was provided, models of a no action and a proposed action. Both of those studies used identical allocation logic that is consistent between both of the models, able to respond to conditions as they present themselves within the forecasting, the allocation period.
And do you mean consistent between the various scenarios?
Yes, between the 2 scenarios that I'm speaking about specifically, the no action and the proposed action. So,
hold on, Mr. Becerra.
We have at least 5 different proposed action scenarios present in this hearing. We have boundary 1, boundary 2, okay. H3, H4, and the BA proposed action scenario. So to talk about the proposed action scenario is not clear and really isn't evidence of any kind.
I assume that was an objection, and Ms. Parker, I assume you indicated that you were about to answer that.
I apologize. I should have broadly explained that.
Okay, so hold on. Objection, sustain, and Ms. Parker, you will explain.
Okay. All of the action scenarios that depict a WaterFix alternative use identical allocation logic. Allocation logic that is identical to the no action alternative. In that sense, I believe those studies are appropriate and do not violate basic modeling conventions. The differences between those scenarios are characterized by the specific implementation of the WaterFix and attendant criteria associated with each of those implementations of the WaterFix. Additional environmental criteria, additional export, additional delta outflow criteria, but those are all functions of a specific implementation of the WaterFix. Other than that, the logic within those models is consistent with respect to project decisions on project allocations. And I believe that is an acceptable implementation of the modeling that does not violate basic conventions. And so does that answer the question? Mr. Berliner?
I believe was
I
sort
was
of my
going to
question
defer
you were
to the
answering.
chair.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And if, I believe you have characterized in your testimony the MBK modeling as being more aggressive or risky than the approach that reclamation takes to its modeling. If you were to model a more risky, aggressive operational approach such as that adopted by MBK, would you use the modeling approach that they used?
I would not.
Why not?
Because it is not consistent. The methodology that they used to depict their allocations was to predetermine a number of allocations in each of their scenarios, and this led to a skewed, in my opinion, depiction of the impact of the WaterFix relative to the no action. If I were to choose to depict a more aggressive allocation strategy in either the no action or the proposed action, I believe that I, as a reclamation employee or anyone with TWR, would try to do that using consistent model logic between the two alternatives. My impression is that it would be difficult to achieve the same level of difference between the proposed action and the no action doing that, because it would be generalized logic. My opinion is that MBK was able to achieve such a large discrepancy by virtue of literally affecting 80% of the years in the period of record by hand selecting allocations in one run or the other. That is not consistent logic. It is not reproducible logic. It's a person deciding what the allocations would be in either one run or the other or both. So if I were to try to achieve the same aggressive curve for CVP allocations, I would try to do it using a more aggressive WSIDI curve, a more aggressive delivery carryover curve. I would not elect to do it by hand entering allocations for specific years.
Thank you. Some questions for Mr. Lehi. Could we please have DWR 78, page 2? Mr. Lehi, this is your testimony that we are bringing up. If you could scroll down to right about there. Do you recall that you were asked some questions? Actually, if you could scroll up a little bit or shrink the page a little bit maybe so we can see the paragraph above this. There you go. Mr. Lehi, do you recall your testimony that's on page 2 of DWR 78?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked some questions the other day by Mr. Cooper, one of the Sac Valley attorneys, related to this testimony?
Yes, I do.
You were asked about your testimony in this first paragraph that starts, Mr. Beret contends, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked some questions about your testimony in the second paragraph starting on line 14, correct?
That's correct.
Is the testimony that you offer in the first paragraph starting on line 5 intended to be related to the point that you're making in the paragraph commencing on line 14 that concerns the State Water Project allocation variables?
Well, part of that, yes, part of the paragraph. So starting on line 6 and 7, the statement by Mr. Bray that operators have a lot more information at their disposal to make these decisions. So that was really what the next paragraph was addressing in terms of all those items that I listed. And I was just describing the uncertainty. Yes, the project operators do have information available to them, but I was trying to describe what that level of uncertainty was with the information that we do have available to us. What I was not, that second paragraph starting on line 14 was not addressing the statement that I made in terms of utilizing unreasonable foresight. That I was relying on the DWR modeling witnesses on their statement regarding that, regarding Mr. Barre's modeling assumptions for the SWP allocations.
Okay, thank you. If we could have DWR Exhibit 10.
I guess you need more than...
I have 2 questions left.
All right.
Slide 19, please. Mr. Lehi, do you recall this graphic on delta hydrodynamics?
Yes, I do.
You were asked about this slide by Ms. Meserve in the context of the diversions at the proposed North Delta intake. What's the purpose of this graphic?
Yeah, so the purpose of this graphic was to conceptually illustrate the kind of the macro level changes to the delta hydrodynamics. And this figure is correct in that there are no additional reverse flows in the Sacramento River due to the California WaterFix. Given that the North Delta diversion requires a minimum of a positive of 5,000 CFS before any diversions can take place. And as I stated in my testimony, I don't see these changes as fundamentally different with the proposed project as compared without the proposed project. If anything, they represent an improved efficiency in the movement of the project stored water to the export locations by requiring less carriage water.
And so is it accurate or fair to say that this graphic was not intended to show on a more micro level all aspects of the operation of the WaterFix, including flows that would be diverted by tunnels and flows that would then remain in the Sacramento River?
That's correct. It was not intended for that purpose.
If we could please have the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority Exhibit 905, please. This will be my last question. Well, 2 questions, but last subject. No. Oh, I'm sorry, DWR 905. Apologize. Yeah. One used by the SJTA. And if you could scroll down to July of 2015. Okay. Mr. Lehi, are you familiar with this chart?
Yes, I am.
There are some negative values for July of 2015 in the 3rd column over. And when you were testifying, you were uncertain about what these negative values were associated with. Have you had an opportunity to consider why those negative values occurred?
Yes. So Mr. O'Loughlin was right in pointing out what appeared to be inconsistency in this table in terms of this column, which is labeled as SWP exports. I was able to confirm with staff member that put this together. This was data for DWR exhibit 850, and the staff member was able to confirm that these numbers were in error for this particular time period in the summer of 2015. Now, the magnitude of that error essentially was about 24,000 acre-feet of SWP export that was removed, that was essentially part of water transfer water that was removed from the SWP export column inadvertently. So that did affect, did result in these negative numbers in the SWP export column. It also affected the third column from the left, which was minimum Feather River flows that eventually went to export, so also show negative numbers there as well. But the 24,000 acre-feet of error, given that the total volume of exports for that year was well over 800,000 acre-feet, does not have any material, does not result in any material change to the bottom line point of that particular stacked bar graph, which was DWR 850.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
You had indicated in your summary at the beginning that you had questions with respect to calcium modeling for Mr. Munevar.
Yes, I did, but in reviewing them, I think we've covered the material that I was going to ask him.
All right.
I'm sure we'll make Mr. Munevar unhappy.
Let's do you have an objection, or?
I was just going to, Andrew Hitchings for Glen Close Irrigation District, Big West Ridley Water District. I was just going to request that the hearing officer consider maybe a 10 to 15 minute break. I know it would help our group 7 to coordinate our questions. I think it would make it possibly more efficient and less time. That's okay with the.
Thank you. That actually is an excellent suggestion. Why don't we take a break until 3:30, and at that time I'll ask people to come up and give me indication and estimates of their recross. right. Thanks to Mr. Hitchens for that excellent suggestion. We are now back in session, and let me ask parties who intend to conduct recross to please come up, identify themselves, and give me a time estimate. And if you could provide me with your group number, that will help facilitate things.
John Herrick, South Delta Parties, Group 21, at most 10 minutes. I just have 2 or 3 questions.
Okay.
Ryan Becerra for Group 7, 15 minutes to half an hour.
Okay.
Andy Hitchings for Group 7. It will depend upon the answers to Mr. Becerra's questions, but probably just several follow-up questions, 5 minutes, 10 minutes at most.
Okay.
David Elajim, City of Brentwood, I think 5, max 10 minutes.
And you are Group 9?
Group 10.
10. Thank you.
Tim Wishewski for the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. That's Group 18, probably 10 minutes.
Desjardins, Group 38, and I will be conservative and estimate 15 minutes, but it could take less than 10. Just depends on the length of the answers.
Thank you.
A few questions.
I'm sorry, Ms. Desjardins, were you representing yourself in Group 37 or were you representing Group 38?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm representing myself in Group 37, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Meredith Nickel for North Delta Water Agency, Group 9, and I estimate approximately 10 minutes. I also have been in touch with Council for East Bay Mud, which is Group 15, and they're reviewing the video, and they would like to reserve the possibility of conducting recross tomorrow morning if the panel is called back.
If they're called back.
Yes.
OSHA Reserve for Land, Group 19, I estimate 10 minutes.
Michael Jackson for CSPA. If it would get people out of here earlier, I really could waive recross. Are we going to start another group after cross? I mean, we're getting
at the time estimates that I'm given. We will not start another group today, no.
Okay, then I'm going to waive recross.
Are you absolutely sure that your rights have not been infringed upon, Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Hearing Officer. We did not ask any redirect of Mr. Munever, and I'm wondering if the other parties can think about it and let us know if any of their questions on recross will be for him. Because
if you did not redirect, then how can they recross him?
That's great for me, thank you.
In that case, Dr. Mr. Munever, did I say that right finally? You may stay if you are riveted to the discussion, or you may also take your leave. And thank you very much for your contribution.
We will have him stick around for a while. He has a plane that he's trying to catch to get back home to his family, and so if he can go, that's great, but we'll ask him to stay as long as he has time without missing his plane.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Group 7, I assume you are going to be the kickoff cross-examiner.
Unless Lucy pulls the football out, I will be the kickoff questioner. Not referring to anyone in this room as Lucy.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, I realized that was necessary. So, yes, thank you very much. So, Ms. Parker, my questions are for you. First, if we could please pull up Ms. Parker's testimony, Exhibit DOI 33 errata.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Exhibit DOI 33 errata. If we could please refer to page 2. Thank you. Ms. Parker, we've discussed this before, so I'll try to cut through this relatively quickly. Do you see the sentence on this page, the 4 plots and figures 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D? You see that sentence?
I see that.
And so those exceedance plots reflect, as the sentence indicates, reservoir storage results for Trinity, Shasta, Folsom, and Oroville, correct?
Correct.
And they are exceedance plots of the entire modeling record. Every month in the modeling record spread as an exceedance plot by end of month storage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in this paragraph, your testimony states, but the BA blue results also show that for each facility, WaterFix results are generally not lower than the no action conditions, which demonstrates petitioner's claim that the WaterFix can be operated without causing reduced carryover storage. That's your testimony, correct?
That is my testimony.
So your testimony is that those storage plots demonstrate that California WaterFix can be operated without causing reduced carryover storage, correct?
Correct.
In your redirect testimony, you testified about the role of modeling of stressed water supply conditions, correct?
Correct.
And in these exceedance plots that you are citing to support your opinion, have you included results from conditions that you would call stressed water supply conditions?
They include all storage conditions, including stressed storage conditions.
Thank you. Scrolling down further on page 2, under the paragraph with the heading Storage Condition Conclusions. There you go. Ms. Parker, do you see the sentence, petitioners maintain that BA modeling rerun with historical no CC hydrology results in storage conditions comparable to the MBK no action and better than MBK for the WaterFix scenario? Do you see that sentence?
I do.
And in that sentence, are you referring to the storage, the reservoir storages depicted in figures 1A, 1B, 1C, and 1D?
Yes.
In making that conclusion, you are including the modeling of conditions that you have called stressed water supply conditions, correct?
Correct.
And based in part on your inclusion of modeling of those stressed water supply conditions, your opinion is that the no CC hydrology demonstrates storage better than MBK for the WaterFix scenario, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And again, just in summary, your general redirect testimony was that modeling for stressed water supply conditions should not be taken as indicating what would actually occur in those conditions in the future, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to move on to discuss your redirect testimony concerning MBK's assumptions in its modeling. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong because I'm operating here relatively quickly, your testimony was that MBK, by changing assumptions between the no action scenario and the proposed action, did not comply with basic modeling conventions, correct?
Not quite.
Okay.
I think that MBK did not comply with basic modeling conventions by fixing allocations in both of their studies. That predisposed the outcome of their study in 80% of the years that were studied. And if petitioners had done that, I don't think that would have been acceptable, so I don't think that it should be acceptable for MBK to do that.
Okay, thank you. I believe you testified that it was necessary to keep modeling logic consistent except for the logic necessary to implement California WaterFix. You did testify to that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Could we please pull up Exhibit BKS 101? Ms. Parker, we discussed this exhibit previously. It is excerpts of Appendix 5A from the biological assessment. The biological assessment is Staff Exhibit SWRCB 104. This is, again, excerpts from Appendix 5A. If we could please refer to the next to last page. Ms. Parker, do you see the highlighted heading?
Yes.
And that heading is 5A, 5.2, CalSim 2 assumptions for the proposed action, correct?
Correct.
So all of the statements within section 5A, 5.2 are the are assumptions used in the proposed action modeling, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if we could please go to the next page and scroll down to the bottom, please. This is page 5A-30 out of Appendix 5A. Do you see the heading 5A, 5.2, 5.4 San Luis operations?
Yes.
And that paragraph states the San Luis rule curve assumptions for the proposed action modeling in the BA, correct?
Correct.
And this paragraph states generally that petitioners changed the San Luis rule curve between the proposed action model, or excuse me, between the no action alternative and the proposed action in the biological assessment modeling, correct?
Correct.
Objection beyond the scope of redirect.
Mr. Becerra, I will allow you to respond. So I believe,
The
go ahead.
witness's statement in redirect was changing the modeling logic between the no action alternative and proposed action violated basic modeling conventions.
Objection, that misstates her testimony. She corrected the word from assumptions to fixed allocations.
Regardless, I see where Mr. Becerra is going with this, and both objections are overruled.
Thank you. In particular, Ms. Parker, in this paragraph, it states that additional modifications to the rule curve were included to preserve upstream carryover storage conditions, correct?
Yes, it says that.
And previously, you testified that biological assessment modeling results demonstrated that implementation of California WaterFix would not adversely affect upstream storage, correct?
Correct.
So just to summarize this paragraph on page 5A-30, the petitioner's change in the San Luis rule curve between the no action alternative and the proposed action, quote, were included to preserve upstream carryover storage conditions, correct?
Correct.
And then the next sentence states, sensitivity analyses indicated that using the NAA's more aggressive rule to move water south earlier in the water year than in the PA would yield a little more delivery but would be at the expense of upstream storage, correct?
Correct.
So if, as I understand this sentence, if petitioners had retained the no action alternatives San Luis rule curve, the biological assessment modeling would not show the same level of upstream storage in the proposed action, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Can I add something to that?
Yes.
Very briefly, I would suggest that modifying the rule curve is part and parcel of depicting the operation of the WaterFix. We have discussed ad nauseum that the rule curve is a mechanism in CalSim that, I'm not going to use the same good language that Armin did, but it's a mechanism that helps to depict operator decisions on how to move water from the north to the south. That operation is different if you have a WaterFix than if you don't. So I think that logic is part of a WaterFix operation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to pull up the transcript from the August 11th, 2016 session in this hearing. And if we could please turn to page 165, which is PDF page 170. And if we could please scroll down to line 12. This was cross-examination by Mr. Salmon of East Bay Mud, and I'll read it for the record. Mr. Salmon, did you offer, this is cross-examination of Mr. Lehigh, Mr. Salmon, did you offer an opinion at any time to the modelers on what an appropriate rule curve would be under the WaterFix or if the WaterFix comes into operation? Witness Lehigh, not specifically on the WaterFix, as it relates to state water project operations, I think it would be similar as far as for WaterFix as without WaterFix. Do you disagree with Mr. Lehigh's opinion that it would be appropriate for the state water project to maintain the same San Luis rule curve with project as in the no action alternative?
Objection. He's asking about the state water project. She's not presented any testimony about the state water project.
I believe her testimony was that MBK's modeling in toto violated basic modeling conventions by changing certain assumptions, so I believe it's well within the scope.
That's not what I said either.
Hold on. Ms. Parker, would you like to clarify something?
My statement about MBK's modeling not following basic conventions is almost entirely about them fixing allocations in both the no action and in the proposed action in a way that doesn't use any logic at all. Those are manual inputs. It's the decision of a person, not of a model, not of an algorithm, not using any kind of a rule curve, and that predisposed their results to characterize an impact to north of Delta water users and to north of Delta CVP storage conditions with which reclamation disagrees. Petitioner's modeling is consistent in its application of allocation logic for every run and does not show an impact to legal users of water.
Okay, could we please pull up exhibit SVWU 110?
So if I may summarize as that's being pulled up, Ms. Parker, your criticism of the MBK modeling boils down to the fact that you disagree with its allocation logic. You don't believe it represents you're not the State Water Project, you're the Bureau's operations, and therefore, in your word, is not logical.
Almost. So my rebuttal testimony, which really focused on three things, was there's a claim of storage injury. Petitioner's modeling doesn't show storage injury.
Okay.
Even though MBK's modeling does, we disagree with their modeling because A, they achieved that storage condition impact and that north of Delta delivery impact by, number one, fixing allocations.
But you achieved your result by fixing a rule curve as well.
We didn't fix a rule curve. The rule curve is not input, it's calculated. There are strategies that the model can follow to calculate that rule curve, but it's not like a time series or anything.
I am failing to see the difference.
So, do you remember what a WSIDI curve is?
Okay.
Think about the same concept for a rule curve, for the San Luis rule curve. Depending on Shasta conditions.
But that is still someone generated the curve.
That's true, but nobody went in and specifically said, on this month in this year, you will try to meet this amount of storage in San Luis. It's something that's dynamically calculated based on what the allocation is that year, based on what the export estimates are for that year, which are also estimated.
And that logic is applied throughout the entire simulation.
Right, and it's consistent for each, for all of the runs that were done.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
That we have different guidelines for different scenarios, to me, is logical because the export capability is different with a WaterFix. So you can fill up San Luis at different points of the year, or you can get more water south at different points of the year than we currently can, being constrained by the specific set of environmental criteria that we have in the Delta.
Right.
Okay, so the other thing beyond fixing allocations was the use of joint point of diversion. So it's three. It's just
This
three
is
things.
well beyond redirect testimony
Yes,
now.
it is. So
Well,
let's
you
stop.
asked me to clarify.
All right,
So-
my apologies. Let's
Just
stop
trying to-
there and let's turn back to Mr. Becerra for his recross.
Thank you. Just one quick question. I believe this was captured on previous cross-examination. Petitioners did not change the export estimate between the no action alternative and the proposed action, correct?
So I was scolded earlier for talking about a proposed action. I have not looked at every export estimate table in all of the runs.
And I apologize, that's my lack of clarity. In the biological assessment modeling, petitioners did not change the export estimate from the no action alternative to the proposed action, correct?
Which is H3 plus.
I'll object. This is beyond the scope of...
I'm just trying to, what, are you asking?
That's fine.
So there's
That's fine. We
H3,
can-
H4, B1, B2.
We can move on.
Let's hold on. Mr. Becerra, you had estimated 15 to 30 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, I think you're going to need that extra 15 minutes.
Yes, I don't think it's the whole 15, but yes, some extra time. So we're now on exhibit SVWU 110, which is MBK's PowerPoint summary of its testimony. If we could please move to, well, first let me ask a preliminary question. I think, Ms. Parker, a bit ago you said that you reviewed the modeling for all runs that petitioners have presented in this hearing, correct?
I don't know if I said that. Did I really say all runs? I mean, my rebuttal testimony focused on the H3 plus scenario and the no action, and that specific comparison.
Okay, so
Does
let
that help?
me straighten that out then. So none of your rebuttal testimony applies to how MBK analyzed the effects of boundary 1, boundary 2, H3, or H4, correct?
Objection. This is beyond the scope of redirect. We're not on rebuttal anymore. We're on redirect.
I understand, Mr. Berliner, but that's a clarification I need to get as well.
I don't understand how that's relevant. My rebuttal was to MBK's protestant exhibits.
Ms. Morris?
Mr. Becerra asked about the petitioner's model runs, and now he's talking about MBK's model runs. So I think he needs to be clear in his questioning.
Sure.
Hold on. Mr. Becerra, please ask your question again.
Yes, I'm trying to clarify the scope of Ms. Parker's rebuttal testimony.
Yeah.
We have, in this hearing, 5 different with project model runs that petitioners have presented. Boundary 1, boundary 2, H3, H4, and the BA's proposed action, which is also called H4A, H3, I believe. Alternative 4A, H3. If Ms. Parker's rebuttal testimony only deals with the biological assessment modeling, I want to get that clearer because MBK's modeling analysis also dealt with the other 4 proposed action scenarios.
That was my understanding of his question.
My specific rebuttal concerns MBK's analysis of their no action and their Alt 4A. Those are the results of those runs. I have contrasted with the results of petitioners' modeling of the no action and the what I've heard referred to as the proposed action or the H3 plus scenario. That's the distinction that I drew in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so back to exhibit SVWU 110, and if we could please go to page 8. Now, I'll summarize MBK's testimony just for context. MBK's testimony indicated, as indicated on this page, that petitioners' modeling, excluding the BA modeling, included different export estimates for different runs or excuse me, different alternatives. Do you have any knowledge of this?
I have limited knowledge of this. I am aware.
You are aware that in the modeling alternatives reflected on page 8 of this exhibit, petitioners selected different export estimates, correct?
It's a different export estimate table which guides export estimates used in setting south of delta allocations.
So in 2 of these 4 scenarios presented by petitioners, they selected a different export estimate than in the no action alternative, correct?
Stop one at a time, please, Mr. Berliner.
I never asked any questions about this on redirect of Ms. Parker.
But you opened the door with respect to questioning her in terms of basic modeling convention and her answer with respect to the consistency in modeling allocations and assumptions between the no action alternative and the project alternatives. And I believe that's what he is exploring.
Yes.
And I'm going to join in the objection and also note that this is looking at H3, H4, boundary 2, boundary 1, which is outside the scope of her rebuttal testimony as she just testified and Mr. Becerra just made a huge deal about.
Hold on. Mr. Becerra, I would caution you to not get into the specifics of these boundary conditions and modeling and stick to the general concept, which I believe you are trying to explore, and that is the principles that Ms. Parker voiced in objecting to MBK's modeling, how that, in your opinion, was reflected in petitioner's modeling.
Yes, that's correct. All I'm intending to do here is explore what Ms. Parker views as violations of basic modeling conventions. Her testimony was MBK did certain things with allocation logic. I'm wanting to understand if that is consistent in her opinion with what petitioners have done with allocation logic.
Understood.
And I think I'm just about done.
With that, Mr. Berliner.
Object to that characterization of her testimony. He keeps referring to allocation logic. What I heard Ms. Parker say was exactly the opposite.
Modeling convention.
Thank you. It's fixed allocation, no logic at all. Thanks.
All right. On that note, all objections are overruled. Mr. Becerra, please proceed.
I think it's one question. Ms. Parker, is it your understanding that petitioners in the modeling alternatives reflected on page 8 of this exhibit altered the export estimate for some with action alternatives relative to the no action alternative?
It's my understanding that they did based on the operation of the WaterFix in those alternatives, which included differences in export criteria and delta outflow standards. And in order to accommodate the impacts of those on water supply, the export estimate curves, which are in no way a predetermination of allocation, were adjusted so that the model could use those rules as a basis upon which to make allocation decisions in the spring that involve a certain amount of imperfect foresight.
Thank you. I think I have about 2 more questions. On this topic of allocation logic, those parameters are inputs to the model, correct?
Correct.
Those parameters are discretionary decisions by the modeler, correct?
So the WSIDI curves are not really discretionary decisions by a modeler. It's something that it's a relationship that's trained based on a water supply and a demand and a set of facilities. But the tables are developed by a modeler, but again, they're a rule that the model has to use that as a guide that is, so information from that table just goes into the decision. It's an algorithm that the model follows. And the model calculates an allocation based on.
And in operating the CVP and the SWP, the operators are not required to follow any of those allocation curves, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I have one, this is just clarification. You referred to the WSIDI curve as being trained.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I think that might have been an answer to my question, which was outside the scope of redirect. Would you wish to object, Mr. Berliner?
If it's helpful to the board to get an explanation of WSIDI,
No, it is not.
Then I will object.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner. Objection sustained.
Thank you. That completes my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Hitchens, was Mr. Becerra helpful to you in terms of keeping your cross to 5 minutes?
Mr. Becerra is always helpful. Yeah, I think I can stay within that just depending on the answers. Thank you. Andrew Hitchings for Glen Close Irrigation District and Biggs West Gridley Water District. Ms. Parker, good afternoon. I just have a few follow-up questions. At the end of your questioning on redirect by Mr. Berliner, there were some questions about how to achieve more aggressive operations using the modeling to simulate that. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And I believe you testified that if you were to achieve the same aggressive CVP curve allocations as MBK, you would model it using a more aggressive WSIDI and a more aggressive delivery carryover. Is that an accurate characterization?
Yes, those are two options.
And in performing that type of modeling, would you also adjust the export estimates?
I suppose I could, yes.
And
but let me qualify that, because the export estimate table really is intended to reflect limitations to exports. So it's a limit that we put on south of Delta allocation based on export limitations associated with the RPAs. So I don't know the answer to that question.
But would that be reasonable if you're trying to achieve that more aggressive operations to adjust the export estimates in addition to adjusting the WSIDI and the delivery carryover?
I don't know. Sorry.
After the petitioners performed initial modeling runs to look at the different scenarios of the project, did the petitioners make any manual adjustments to any inputs and then perform further modeling runs with those adjustments inputted?
Objection beyond the scope of redirect.
Mr. Hitchens, I think I know where you're going, but please state your response for the record.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to the basic modeling convention, and one of the key disputes in the rebuttal testimony that ties into the basic modeling convention is that these manual adjustments were made in the MBK modeling.
Thank you. Overrule.
Could you restate your question one more time?
Yeah, after the petitioners performed initial modeling runs of the various scenarios, did they make any manual adjustments to any inputs and then perform further modeling runs with the model with those adjustments inputted?
I have no specific knowledge of those activities. I was not involved with any of that modeling. My rebuttal focused on rebutting testimony that MBK gave for Sac Valley water users, which specifically used calcium studies that did not use any logic, or that used, I mean, the use of actual allocation logic in their models was limited to the point where, I mean, Nobody.
So you did not know in response to Mr. Hitchens' question?
Right. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Not to the degree
Ms.
that
Nickel.
indicated.
Ms. Nickel. Oh, we have switched. Ms. Meserve.
If it is acceptable, I'd ask to go in front of the other party since I can't be here tomorrow, and I just have a few questions.
All right, Ms. Meserve.
I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Leahy. To follow up on the discussion regarding the delta hydrodynamics figure that is in DWR 10, page 19, I wanted to confirm, did you state in response to Mr. Berliner that there would be no additional reverse flows in the Sacramento River as a result of the North Delta diversions that are proposed?
I didn't say there would be any reverse flows in the Sacramento River. I didn't, if you restate your question, please.
I thought I heard you say there would be no additional reverse flows in the Sacramento River as a result of the North Delta diversions.
Well, I don't believe there's any net reverse flows currently in the Sacramento River. So, no, there would continue not to be any net reverse flows in the Sacramento River with the California WaterFix.
Could we bring up land 111 and go to page 3B-81? And I have highlighted language at the bottom of that page. Are you aware that in the final EIR, this is the environmental commitments chapter of the EIR, can you review the language that's highlighted, please? Do you disagree with this portion of the final EIR that states that there may be an increase in frequency of reverse flows on the lower Sacramento River?
Objection. Ms. Meserve is asking a question about a statement that Mr. Leahy just said he didn't make about reverse flows on the net reverse flows on the Sacramento River. So it would be outside the scope of his redirect.
My recollection was that we were looking at the delta hydrodynamics slide, and Mr. Leahy was explaining that it's a macro level view of changes to hydrodynamics. And that it shows a reduction in carriage water that would be needed. I don't recall a statement regarding reverse flows.
Correct. So now if we're opening up another document that's talking about reverse flows, it's clearly outside the scope of his redirect.
Mr. Herrick is jogging to get up. Ms. Morris was up first, so Ms. Morris.
I'm objecting outside the scope, as well as this document is talking about tidal flows, and I think the testimony, if any, Mr. Leahy gave was net flows.
Mr. Herrick, before you say anything, Mr. Herrick, because this may address the issue, my excellent counsel, who takes much better notes than I do, have noted that Mr. Leahy said no additional reverse flows in Sacramento River.
Yes, John Herrick for South Delta. Whether he said no additional flows or no reverse flows, he did touch on that topic, which is what's being addressed here.
All right, objection overruled.
Back to my question then, do you disagree with the statement here in the final EIR-EIS for that alternative for A may increase the frequency of reverse flows according to the modeling done for this project?
I have no opinion on this, but just to be clear, we're conflating two different things here. I was clearly talking about daily average or net flows on the Sacramento River. This statement is clearly referring to within the day. It's talking about flood tides, 2 flood tides per day, 2 ebb tides per day. So yes, during certain portions of the day, there are reverse flows. That's clear, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the bigger scale daily average flows, net flows, and those are positive.
And are you aware that water users within the Delta, including East Bay Mud and other smaller diversions, are not operating on a one-day average?
Objection beyond the scope of redirect.
I will continue.
Sustain.
And going back to your additional statement on redirect, you stated that the figure slide 19 in DWR 10 illustrates macro level changes.
I got something right.
I was correct with my other assertion as well.
No, I meant I got something right.
Okay,
Thank you,
yes.
Ms. Meserve.
Ms. Heinrich and I agreed in that case. Let's see, if we could look briefly at Land 112 that I have provided to Mr. Hunt. And I'm just offering this for just demonstrative purposes. There's a figure on page 28, and it shows, this is from the scientific review of the BA from 2016, and this is just a handy figure that shows the percent of Freeport flow that would be exported under the North Delta diversions and the proposed action. And Mr. Lehi, wouldn't you think that a diversion of up to 40% in November of the flow in a below normal water year, such as shown in this example, would be a major change to the hydrodynamics of the Delta?
Even at a macro level?
Even at a macro level.
Still beyond the scope, we didn't talk about diversions at the North Delta diversion point.
Diversion is part of the hydrodynamics that it was depicted in that photo. So overall, that photo, the figure.
Sorry, I think we're talking about slide. Are we still talking about the diagram, or I thought had we moved to the table?
I'm still talking about the diagram.
Oh,
and
sorry, my mistake.
Yes.
Strike all that, please.
It is overruled in any case.
I think there's a question pending. Would you
I
like
am
me to ask
completely
it again?
lost.
I think you should repeat the question, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you. Wouldn't you think, Mr. Lehi, that diversion of up to 40% in November of the flow in a below normal water year, such as that shown in this example, would be a major change to the hydrodynamics of the Delta?
I think this is the first time I've ever seen this graph, so I can't comment on something I've never seen before.
If you were to assume, Mr. Lehi, that this showed that at times in a below normal year, 40% of the water in the Sacramento River would be diverted, would you think that would be a major change to the hydrodynamics of the Delta?
So I'm going to object again. The purpose of showing the diagram was because Ms. Meserve made a point of arguing that the diagram was incomplete because it did not show intake flows at the North Delta diversion. The only point of Mr. Lehi's redirect testimony was to demonstrate the purpose that he used that picture for, and the fact that it didn't suit Ms. Meserve's purpose was because it suited Mr. Lehi's purpose in explaining his testimony. Now all of a sudden we're going to a whole other subject here.
All right.
Mr. Berliner has misstated my objection. He said intake flows. I am discussing reverse flows on the Sacramento River, which would be introduced for the first time by this project.
Ms. Meserve, I'm sorry, you've now have just lost me.
He said intake flows in what he just said, so I'm correcting the record. I'm not talking about intake flows. I'm talking about what the objection was based in a couple of things, and which he was attempting to resurrect the slide on redirect, but there were at least two issues. One was whether the reverse flow should be shown up on the Sacramento River near the diversions, which I believe was what Mr. Berliner was getting at. And then in addition about whether it was and the defense to using this particular slide is that it's showing the overall hydrodynamics. So now I've shown this slide, which shows that 40% would be diverted. So I'm objecting on that basis as well. So
regardless, I don't believe that Mr. Leahy, actually Mr. Leahy has said that he's not familiar, cannot speak to this graphics, and therefore is not able to answer question. Is that correct, Mr. Leahy?
That is correct.
Okay, just for the last question, could we please put up the DWR 10, slide 19, and I will conclude with. So going back to your assertion, Mr. Leahy, that, that this is supposed to be although it is not labeled that way, this is looking at macro level changes. Wouldn't you think that diversion of up to 40% in a low water year, if that was to occur, would be a major change to the hydrodynamics of the delta that should be depicted as well on this slide?
Calls for speculation. He was presenting this slide for one purpose and not talking about this is a different subject of testimony.
I believe the purpose of this slide...
Hold on, Ms. Meserve. Mr. Leahy, in this figure that you've shown, which you have testified to be not to scale, but if inflow were to be reduced by 40%, how would that affect the remaining arrows?
Well, it depends on a lot of things. Depends on what the starting flow was. In some circumstances, it could result in no diversion through the tunnels at all.
And so there is no obvious answer that you can provide?
No.
If the 40% or up to 9,000 CFS was being diverted, wouldn't you think that the river, the blue part on the with CFS slide should be smaller after the diversions?
And I can hear an objection of asked and answered, and it is sustained.
Thank you. I continue my objection to acceptance of this slide as evidence. It's not marked for what he's said it stands for, and it misleads more than it informs.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. You are our graphics critic, after all. Ms. Nickel.
Good afternoon. Meredith Nickel on behalf of North Delta Water Agency. I believe we can wrap up in 10 minutes. My questions are directed to Dr. Nader Tarani.
And as you are preparing, since by estimate, after Ms. Nickel, we still have at least an hour of other recross. We will adjourn after Ms. Nickel is done, and we will resume with recross of this panel 9:30 tomorrow here in this room with Mr. Alajam.
Dr. Nader Tarani, other than exceedance plots, are there other ways that would be appropriate to display the model results to analyze compliance with objectives such as D1641?
I'm sorry, I totally missed that question. Could you please ask it again?
I will. Other than exceedance plots, are there other ways that would be appropriate to display the model results to analyze compliance with objectives such as those in D1641?
I assume there may be, but based on my past experience, I believe the exceedance plots are the best approach in terms of showing compliance to water quality objectives.
Is your redirect testimony that operators would make adjustments to deal with particular salinity events based on your understanding of the project's historical compliance with D1641 objectives?
Yes.
Does that historical compliance account for climate change in the future?
No, I don't.
Objection. The question was a general question, not with any time frame. So his answer was in that context. This is an entirely different context.
Ms. Nickel?
I'm asking about the historical compliance analysis upon which Dr. Nader Tourani's testimony is based. And my question is whether that analysis, that of historical compliance, whatever the scope of that was, accounted for climate change in the future.
Overrule.
And I think my testimony is the operators will continue to do what they've been doing before, which is respond based on changes in day-to-day operations in response to salinity events, whether it's due to climate change or anything else.
I understand that. I don't think I heard a question or an answer to my question, which is whether the analysis that you conducted based on the project's historical compliance accounts for climate change.
All scenarios include the effects of climate change. So I guess I'm not getting.
But I think I'm asking about a different part of your analysis. Let me back up a bit. So I'm focused on the testimony that operators would make adjustments to deal with particular salinity events. So I'm not talking about the modeling results here. And my understanding is your conclusion there is based on your understanding of the project's historical compliance with 1641 objectives.
Or in general, not just yeah, of course, yes. So again, the main reason I brought that up was that in context of why the model exceedances, I believe, are not real. The fact is there is nothing in the model that is that would be in response to specific events such as big salinity intrusions, where the operators would have a lot more information and then can respond based on day-to-day operations instead of in response to anticipated events that they clearly have more information.
Dr. Nader Tourani, have the adjustments that operators are expected to make in real-time operations, have those adjustments been quantified?
Objection vague. Quantified as to what?
Quantified in an analytical sense, quantified as into how much water it would require to avoid those exceedances.
Objection vague, ambiguous.
I would have to agree because I can't follow your question.
I'll ask the question again. Have the adjustments that operators are expected to make in real-time operations to avoid exceedances been quantified in terms of the amount of water it would be necessary, that would be required to avoid the exceedance?
Objection, is this a cumulative amount of water over some historical time or one time?
In any fashion, quantified in any way, the amount of water over the period of the 16-year record or on a smaller time scale, in any fashion?
I don't know the answer to that.
So you don't know if you conducted that type of an analysis to quantify the amount of water that would be required by real-time operators to avoid these exceedances?
Not the way you just described it, no.
I'd also object as beyond the scope of his redirect. I don't remember hearing anything about the amount of water.
I think there's a tenuous linkage to the whole issue of real-time operation.
So the objection is overruled, or would you like me to argue?
The objection is overruled.
Okay.
Oh, you should never let an engineer play attorney.
So what I heard your redirect testimony to be is that the modeled exceedances that are in the project scenarios and not in the no action alternative will be addressed by operators in real time, correct?
In any modeling scenario, what I was trying to get at is there are indications that by the model that there will be exceedances, and in my testimony was in real time operators would have access to a lot more information, and none of that went into the modeling. So, which is the reasons for my basis for my opinion that those exceedances are mostly not real.
So I'm interested in whether your testimony is changing from your and I'm sure, I doubt that it is, so I just want to understand, because previously I've heard that the modeled exceedances are not real due to the existence of modeling anomalies or artifacts in the model, and not due to the ability of operators to operate in real time. So which is it, or help me understand the difference?
I think it's all tied in together.
Can you explain how that's tied together? Is it that operators will operate in real time, or is it that there's modeling anomalies contained within the model?
As I said, they're all mixed in together, and I can explain.
So are you saying that some are due to modeling anomalies and some are due to project operations and the real-time ability of operators to respond to salinity events?
I'm saying there are modeling exceedances that are due to modeling artifacts based on the different assumptions in the models. And the second is there are model exceedances because the model is not aware of, cannot anticipate salinity events the same way that the real-time operators would do.
Okay. And have you quantified which of the modeled exceedances are the result of modeling anomalies and which are those that would be addressed by operators in real time?
Often it's hard to distinguish one from the other because they're so intertwined.
So the answer is no?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel. With that, I think it's time to call it a day. We will reconvene in the morning. Mr. Munevar, thank you again. I don't expect we will see you tomorrow. And we will see everyone else at 9:30 tomorrow for Mr. Alajam's recross. I see someone coming up.
If we could get an estimate as to how long some of the panels might go tomorrow so that we can figure out when our witnesses need to be ready. We're the fifth group, so I don't know how quickly they'll go or how long cross will go, but I just want to have people prepared.
We will have at least an hour or so of recross for this panel. Then I'm looking at who's left of Group 7. Group 7 actually has 2 panels. The first panel consists of Mr. Walter William Beret and Mr. Easton. Their direct, I was told, was going to be about 15 minutes. I expect there will be cross-examination, if by no one else, and by petitioners. Do you have an estimate at this time, Mr. Berliner or Ms. McGinnis or Ms. Oftenberg, of your cross-examination time for Mr. Beret and Mr. Easton?
5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, that's all. Okay. Anyone else anticipating?
Stephanie Moore, State Water Contractors. Not more than 15, probably less.
Okay. Mr. Herrick?
John Herrick, South Delta Privaries, Group 21, again, short term, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. So I'm guessing then that we will definitely get to your second panel of Group 7. And given that your conflict was for tonight, I expect that your witnesses will be ready tomorrow.
That's a fair expectation. We expect to have that panel here tomorrow. I don't believe that direct will take any more than 40 minutes on the outside.
And your estimate, Mr. Berliner, of cross-examination of Group 7's second panel?
An hour.
So that takes us 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 hours already. Ms. Desjardins?
Yeah, I just didn't get a chance to say I anticipate maybe 15 minutes of Mr. Beret.
Okay. Anyone else planning on conducting cross-examination of Group 7's second panel?
Rebecca Akeroyd for the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. We anticipate 30 to 45 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Stephanie Morris, State Water Contractors. An hour, depending on what's covered before me. I'll try to keep it shorter.
All right, let's do that then. I think because we would, oh, Mr. Lodgem, you want to add?
Yeah, Chair Dudek, my partner, Mr. O'Brien, has, I believe, about 30 minutes of cross-examination.
All right. Because we would like to adjourn at 4 o'clock tomorrow, I don't expect then we will get to, is it group 5? Who's up next? I'm sorry.
So after Group 7's second panel, we will be going to North Delta Water Agency, which is Group 9, and they have 2 people.
I believe we will hold them until next week because the cross-examination of Group 7's second panel seems to be adding up to quite a number of hours.
Yes, Ryan Becerra, in relation to that cross, I do have one request, if at all possible. We have another unique timing issue. One of our witnesses, Keith Durkin, tomorrow is his last day of employment at San Juan Water District before he retires. So he would very much like to be done tomorrow, if at all possible. And so
Miss Sergeant Return is a retired annuitant.
Yes, I observed that with dismay. But in any case, it would be lovely if we could get Mr. Durkin out of here tomorrow.
We will see if we can do that. And he's on the second panel. So what we might do is ask everyone who has questions for him to conduct their cross first.
I would greatly appreciate that, and Mr. Durkin would appreciate it even more.
All right.
We would be happy to give way to those that have questions.
Thank you. With that, let's go ahead and tomorrow, someone I'm sure will remind me if I forget, before we break tomorrow, we will go through this sort of planning discussion again to make sure that we have our witnesses for the following week line up. And I believe we only have 2 days together next week. So I'll have to miss all of you for 3 days. Oh, I'm not smiling. With that, thank you all. We'll see you in the morning.